Meeting of the Granbury Independent School District to order. Let the records show that the meeting, there's a quorum present, that the meeting was duly called, and the notice of this meeting was posted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act, Government Code, Chapter 551. At this time, Dr. Glenn, will you lead us in prayer?
Thank you, Madam President. If you'll pray with me. Heavenly Father, as we begin this new school year, and we ask that the children of our district have a year filled with wonderful memories and exciting opportunities. May they face each day with positivity, knowing that no matter what comes their way, they do not face it alone. Also, we ask that you guide, guard, and direct the paths of our teachers and staff. Give them wisdom and focus to support our students throughout the year. You're an amazing God, and we are thankful for your love and mercy. In Christ's name, amen.
While the agenda shows an executive session, unless the board has a specific question of our attorney, Joey Moore, there will be no executive session because all deliberation and action will be taken in open session. Do any of you require, or would like you, do any of you like to ask a question of our attorney with regard to procedures or process? Excuse me, I don't know who is speaking in the audience, but would you?
It's Mr. Clark.
Oh, Mr. Clark. Excuse me, Mr. Clark, carry on. Sorry about that, sir, carry on. So, fellow board members, do any of you have any questions on procedure or process? If not, there will be no closed session tonight or executive session. At this time, I call on Joey Moore, an attorney with Walsh Gallegos, who will make a presentation on the investigation report regarding the trustee access to the campus library.
Get this situated. Can you guys hear me? Is it good? Is that good? Dr. Harrington? Okay, good. Good evening. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Joey Moore. For those of you who don't know me, I think most of you do.
Joey, let me make sure that the folks in the back can hear. Can you hear back? Thank you.
Okay. There we go. Again, I'm Joey Moore. I am a lawyer with the Walsh Gallegos. I've been working with the district. Little feedback. There you go. Maybe I should move it. Okay. Okay. Again, I'm Joey Moore. I'm with Walsh Gallegos. I've been working with the district for several years. I'm your outside general counsel, and I am here tonight to provide you a report. I want to be before I get into the report, I want to be clear on what my role was in this process. Tonight, I'm here to present a factual report that I have compiled from evidence related to an incident that occurred on August 2nd, 2023. To be clear, I did not conduct an investigation regarding this incident, and this report contains no conclusions of law, no legal recommendations, and no legal advice. This is simply a factual report. The report I'm about to provide you is based on evidence collected by the administration to provide the board with information it may need to consider in making decisions relevant to the board. The information contained in this report is based solely on the evidence cited in the report, documents, videos, and audio recordings, for example. This is an investigation report regarding the conduct of Trustee Karen Lowry on August 2nd, 2023. This report is prepared based on the information collected by the Granbury ISD administration regarding a campus visit by Trustee Karen Lowry on that date. Beginning on that date, August 2nd, was the Operation School Supply Distribution and Resource Fair, and it was held at Granbury High School. Operation School Supply is a 501c3 nonprofit organization which collects and distributes school supplies to students and families in need. Community members, including Board of Trustees, volunteer at this event. On that day, Trustee Karen Lowry checked in at the high school office. And you will note on your report, there are footnotes that cite to specific pieces of evidence that you have also been provided. Accompanying Trustee Lowry was an individual named Carolyn Reeves. Ms. Reeves checked in using the district's Raptor system. Ms. Reeves' Raptor check-in information states cafeteria in the field of destination reason. As a trustee, Mrs. Lowry is issued a district identification badge, which identifies her as a trustee. Employees and individuals with district identification badges are not required to check in through the Raptor system. Because trustees are not required to check in through the Raptor system or be fingerprinted like employees and volunteers, things like that. It has been the district's practice for the past several years to escort trustees when they visit campuses. In short, trustees are not given carte blanche access to roam freely around campuses. The receptionist, Janice Lee, stated in an email, which is cited there in your packet of information, "I confirm having verbal exchanges with both Mrs. Lowry and Mrs. Reeves because I thank them both for volunteering for the day's duties during the disbursement of Operation School Supplies. I have previously interacted with Mrs. Lowry and visually saw her GISD identification, so I did not run her through the Raptor system. Please note the destination of Mrs. Reeves is noted as cafeteria." Surveillance video shows Trustee Lowry and Mrs. Reeves entering the GHS Learning Commons, which is the formal name for the library. I will refer to it as the library. From the west hallway and enter the north door at 9:25 a.m. To enter the library, Trustee Lowry and Ms. Reeves took a route that was less direct than entering from the access point closest to the cafeteria. The shortest and most direct route to the library from the office is to walk along the left side of the cafeteria. There is a map in your packet to show you the routes. Instead, Trustee Lowry and Mrs. Reeves walked the length of the library, turned right again to enter the library on the back side. At approximately 9:30 a.m., Assistant Principal Danny Guidry walked past the library and saw two individuals inside in the dark. You'll see Mr. Guidry's statement is also attached in your packet. Mr. Guidry saw the individuals using lighting from their phones to view library books. When Mr. Guidry entered the library, Ms. Reeves walked around from behind the librarian's desk. Trustee Lowry was in the library shelving aisles. Mr. Guidry indicated in his statement that it was so dark in the library it was difficult to see. He informed the two individuals that the library was a secure part of the building and asked them if he could assist them. Trustee Lowry identified herself as a school board trustee and told Mr. Guidry, "I have been asked by the superintendent to come and look at some books." Mr. Guidry told Trustee Lowry that the area would soon be used by students and asked her to leave as soon as possible. Trustee Lowry said, "Okay, thank you, it will be fine." In fact, students did later access the library. As Mr. Guidry was leaving, Ms. Reeves asked him about a storage room. Mr. Guidry informed Ms. Reeves that the room was used for storage for computer equipment and textbooks. Ms. Reeves tried to enter the room, but the door was locked. Surveillance video indicates that Trustee Lowry and Ms. Reeves left the library unaccompanied at 10:50 a.m. This was approximately 1 hour and 25 minutes after they entered the library and 1 hour and 20 minutes after they encountered Mr. Guidry. Moving on to authorization to access the GHS library. Superintendent Dr. Jeremy Glenn indicated that he was not contacted by Trustee Lowry to schedule the August 2nd visit to the GHS library. Dr. Glenn stated in an email that's attached to your packet, "I have told Trustee Lowry, under our board standard operating procedures, trustee can visit campuses, including libraries. However, the expectation is that all trustees will follow the board's procedures for visitation." Dr. Glenn indicated that the campus administration was not aware that Trustee Lowry would be visiting the library with a guest on August 2nd, 2023. In communications to Trustee Lowry, Board President Barbara Harrington stated that during a meeting on July 19th that Dr. Harrington had attended with Trustee Lowry, Trustee Graft, and their attorney. Dr. Glenn told you that anytime you wanted to go to any library, all you had to do was call and make an appointment and check in with the principal. This meeting was recorded, and the audio recording also establishes that trustee asked, "As a trustee, I can go to any library in any school at any time." Dr. Harrington and Dr. Glenn both explained on that July 19th meeting that Trustee Lowry could visit libraries if she contacted campuses to make an appointment. There is no evidence that Trustee Lowry made an appointment with the principal of GHS to visit the library on August 2nd, 2023. Your board operating procedures are cited in your packet, and you have it as Exhibit 9. The Granbury ISD Board operating procedures state specifically and address trustee visits to campuses or district facilities. Listed there are the several factors regarding that, which you can review. It does say that trustees may visit campuses after checking in with the principal regarding the best time to visit, as long as the visit doesn't disrupt the learning process. Trustees shall check in with the principal's office upon arrival and follow all campus guidelines for visitors. Trustees are strongly encouraged to display their badge and identify themselves as trustee at all times. There's some other factors there that you can review, but the most specific issues have been cited. Also, Board Policy GKC states that prominent notices shall be posted at each campus requiring all visitors to first report to the campus main office. This shall apply to parents, volunteers, social service workers, invited speakers, maintenance, repair, persons not employed by the district, essentially any visitor of the district. Addressing the opportunity for Trustee Lowry to respond. Board President Harrington sought a statement or response from Trustee Lowry regarding this issue 3 times. The day after the incident, on August 3rd, President Harrington emailed Trustee Lowry and provided her with a synopsis of the allegation. It has been reported to me that you and Carolyn Reeves were observed in the high school library yesterday exhibiting what was described by some observers as very sneaky behavior. The reports that I got stated that you were in the library without the lights on, were behind the librarian's desk, and were taking pictures of library books. One report even stated that you were using your cell phone flashlight application. I was told that when you checked into the high school office, the staff assumed you were assisting with Operation School Supply distribution, as were some of your fellow board members were volunteering. If these reports are not accurate, please clarify what happened. That email is included in your packet. The following day, on August 4th, President Harrington sent Trustee another email in which President Harrington detailed the statements provided by the campus staff and referenced the video evidence that had been secured and reviewed. In closing, Dr. Harrington stated, if you have any questions or wish to refute anything revealed in this investigation so far, please feel free to reach out to me. Again, that email is cited in your packet. In response, Trustee Lowry requested a copy of the video recordings Dr. Harrington referenced. On August 8th, those recordings were provided to Trustee Lowry. On August 9th, Dr. Harrington reached out to Trustee Lowry for a 3rd time stating, as we move into the finalization of the formal investigation into the allegations that you and a non-employee guest were in an unauthorized place, there remains one important piece of information. You have an opportunity to present a statement as part of the investigation. This is an option for you, but not a requirement. Please let me know by tomorrow if you plan to respond. Trustee Lowry was then informed that all of the information collected in the investigation would be provided to the district's lawyer to compile an objective investigation report. Trustee Lowry responded to Dr. Harrington's email on August 10th, stating, email received. I will be making a statement and look forward to the opportunity. It has now been 8 days since you informed me of this investigation, and I've been wondering when or if you will provide me with some due process by contacting me. Now that you advise me that you will be engaging this issue with your attorney, I feel compelled to engage counsel for my own interest. Accept this email as my response during your required timeline. However, it will take some time to engage counsel to represent me with this issue. The same day, in response to Trustee Lowry's comments, Dr. Harrington inquired if she could expect Trustee Lowry's response within a week. As of the date of this report was compiled, Trustee Lowry has not submitted a response or a statement to Dr. Harrington or the district regarding this incident. Other relevant information. WFAA reported that Trustee Lowry and another person were contacted by a Hood County law enforcement officer and asked if they would be the complainant regarding harmful materials in Granbury ISD libraries. That report is cited in the report. News reports quotes Trustee Lowry confirming that she was the complainant. These narrative facts lead to several uncontested facts before the board for your evaluation and consideration tonight. Ms. Lee assumed that Trustee Lowry and Mrs. Reeves were at the school to volunteer for Operation School Supply distribution, and she thanked them for that service. Ms. Lee's statement does not indicate that Trustee Lowry or Ms. Reeves corrected Ms. Lee's assumption. There is no evidence that Trustee Lowry or Ms. Reeves volunteered for Operation School Supply distribution. While trustee Lowry and her guests did check in at the campus for their visit, their purpose destination of accessing the Learning Commons/library was not disclosed. Ms. Reeves' Raptor information indicates that she would be visiting the cafeteria, which is where the Operation School Supply Distribution event was being held. There is no evidence that trustee Lowry contacted the campus principal for approval of any type of visit as required by the board operating procedures. Trustee Lowry told assistant principal, "I have been asked by the superintendent to come and look at some books." Dr. Glenn denies that he asked Dr. Glenn denies that he asked trustee Lowry to go to the library and look at some books on August 2nd. On July 19th, Dr. Glenn and Dr. Harrington explained to trustee Lowry that she needed to make an appointment with the campus to visit the library. When Assistant Principal Guidry spotted trustee Lowry and Ms. Reeves in the library, it was so dark he could hardly see, and he saw individuals using flashlights from their phone. The video surveillance shows trustee Lowry and Mrs. Reeves taking a longer route to the library rather than the more direct route across the crowded cafeteria. Trustee Lowry and Ms. Reeves were inside the library for approximately 1 hour and 25 minutes. GISD board operating procedures state trustees may visit any campus after checking in with the principal regarding the best time to visit, as long as the visit does not disrupt the learning process. The board operating procedures also state trustees shall check in with the principal's office upon arrival and follow all campus guidelines for visitors. Campus protocols require visitors to disclose which portion of the campus the visitor intends on accessing. District practice is to have administrators or other individuals to escort trustees who are visiting campuses. Trustees are not given full access to roam campuses unattended. Board President Harrington asked trustee Lowry for a statement on 3 separate occasions. Trustee Lowry did not provide a written statement to Dr. Harrington. That concludes the factual report.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Are there any questions for Mrs. Moore related to her report?
I have a question.
Yes, trustee Graff.
It was stated in some of the emails that there was an outside investigation. Who did the outside investigation?
Which emails are you referring to?
The emails that went back and forth between President Harrington and us, that there was an outside investigation.
I don't have that email to refer to. What is your question?
Well, I also sent an email to Dr. Glenn asking who the outside investigator was. I was just wondering if you know.
I can't speak to that.
Can't speak to that. Okay. Thank you.
All I'll speak to is what I know, and that's that Ms. Moore was contacted to provide this report.
Any other questions? Last chance. Thank you, Ms. Moore, very much for reviewing the
I'm sorry, I do
information.
have one more question. I'm sorry, I just thought of one. I apologize. Thought of it at the last minute. How much are we paying for you to come here today to do this?
What, are you asking what my hourly rate is?
Yeah, how much are we,
For retainer clients, my hourly rate is $335 an hour.
Okay, so so we are going to be paying for you to do this today, to come and make the statement, correct?
Yes.
Okay, thank you, I appreciate that.
Any other questions?
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Moore, so much for reviewing the information and making the report. After our last board meeting Monday night, several people approached me because during some very serious business during that board meeting, where we had a public hearing on setting the tax rate and the budget for the 23-24 school year. We had the appointment of a principal at Bonner Elementary School. We had an update on security, including audit results and school marshals. We had a large number of very important things, including calling some bond issues. We had a 592-page board book that had 38 specific items upon which we acted. During that board meeting, or after that board meeting, several individuals came and commented that they didn't hear a lot of what we were discussing, which was very important. because there were personal conversations going on around them which interfered with their hearing. So tonight, I would ask you, if you have a personal conversation you'd like to have with your neighbor sitting next to you, if you will take it outside the boardroom so that the people around you could hear. Also Monday night, I was quite frankly embarrassed and ashamed of the lack of respect for each other and each other's opinions with which we disagree with what others think. Tonight, because it's a special meeting by law, all citizens during the open forum, all their comments must address only those items on the agenda. Each speaker will be given 3 minutes. We'll be here a while since there are well over 50 speakers. You will each be given 3 minutes. If you but you must limit your speech to the agenda item. If you do not limit your speech to the agenda item, you will, your time will be, you will be stopped and your time will be taken away from you. The board tonight will not tolerate outbursts between factions, nor will we tolerate individual catcalls or rude responses to speakers or the board from the audience. It is our desire to have every person who wishes to speak to this board be heard before the board deliberates the issues. However, behavior such as was displayed on Monday night will not be tolerated tonight, and individuals will be removed from the meeting immediately if you break that decorum. Having said that, at this time, we will go into our open forum, and I will ask you to observe your 3 minutes because we will interrupt you at the end of 3 minutes if you have not stopped. Oh, I did. The first person to speak is Julia Pennell.
Well, obviously, I'm not Julia Pennell.
Obviously, you're not, babe.
She's very ill and asked me to read her statement, and I got approval from the people out there that I could. Her name is Julia Pennell. She came with her husband, Bob, a concerned, tax-paying citizen who worked for the community to make Hood County a better place in which families have a great opportunity to live in a safe, trustworthy environment, including our great GISD school system. When recent actions of a current trustee became open news to the public, Bob and her sent the following email to all trustees with a copy to Superintendent Glenn. We felt like our trust has been violated. The email was addressed to Trustee Lowry, Place 7, with copies to all current place members. We also included a copy to Superintendent Glenn. The email reads as follows. I recently watched a very disturbing video regarding your actions of entering a GSID library without the permission from either the school principal or the superintendent. The first beware signal to everyone in Hood County should be that you entered and registered to help with Operation School Supplies, yet you proceeded to go on a secret mission, entered the library, the cameras caught the lights from your cell phones being used inappropriately and without permission to make a search in that school library. I understand when confronted, Trustee Lowry, that you use your position as a board member to say that you have been given access by Dr. Glenn. This is proven to be a false statement as well. What does this say to our students about being a liar? I believe you and your accomplice, Carolyn Weaves, knew exactly what you were doing. People do not have to sneak around in the dark when their actions are above reproach. This brings me back to the subject of my email, a matter of trust. To me, I find that you have taken this trust given to you by voters and turned right around and slapped them in their faces. While I did not vote for you, once elected, I expected you to live up to your campaign promises of bringing open honesty to the board. All parents and teachers should be up in arms over such actions. Do you think that your trustee position gives you the right to violate and trespass over rules and regulations and to have power over the teachers and invade their work in their workplace or classroom? As a strong community leader, we join others in saying no. We will not tolerate such actions. We ask that you no longer embarrass yourself and the rest of the GISD Board trustees. Resign, making room for someone who will follow you and bring back trust to place. 7, Bob and Julia Pennell.
Thank you, Faith. Joe Overstreet. I'm just giving it in the order they were handed to me.
I understand. Thank you, Dr. Harrington, Board, Dr. Glenn. My name is Joe Overstreet, as Dr. Harrington called out. I'm from Granbury. I've been here since the Eisenhower presidency, along with obviously a lot of people here. I was in the first freshman class in the current building, along with a few people here, a few classmates are here. 50 years ago this month, we started our freshman year in that building. I came back, I'm teaching school at Granbury High School. I've been there, this is my 13th year, 15 total. I'm currently teaching honors anatomy and physiology, by the way, with a 2003 textbook, just want you to know, and also health science. Also, previously, several years ago, I served 4 to 5 years on a Christian school board. Last 2 years was as a president, so I've been through this a little bit. I would like to talk a little bit about Trustee 101. This is all in the email that I sent Sunday night. First of all, you never act as an individual. You need to attend training, even if it is the dreaded TSB training. Never give anyone the impression that they are addressing a board member when you're not in the boardroom. You're just an individual. Be prepared. Do your homework, get ready for the board meetings. You don't need to table items when you get here, especially if you have, voted unanimously to present them to the board. Do not be beholden to any one group. Represent everybody, the entire school, and all the taxpayers. Vote your conscience, but live with and support board decisions. The next one kind of goes along with that. If decisions aren't going along with you, stay off of social media and don't gripe about it. Support the board decisions. Lastly, for Trustee 101, you have one employee, and he has all the rest. We have about 2,500 people at GHS, add the teachers and the students. It's like a small city. I'm sorry, Ms. Lowry, but your group that supports you, you can't disregard the other people that you don't like. Lastly, I'll cut it off quick here. You are a trustee, which comes from the word trust. Your actions on August 2nd broke that trust, and now you're kind of doubling down. So for me and many teachers, the trust is gone. Please do the right thing.
Thank you, Mr. Overstreet. Brett Deason.
Good evening, Board. I think Mr. Overstreet covered part of what I'm going to talk about, but I think what we're missing here is people's understanding of the role of the board. And he mentioned some of it, but I'll read from the Texas Education Code. A district is governed by a board of trustees, plural, who as a body corporate shall oversee the management of the district, ensure that the superintendent implements and monitors plans, procedures, programs, and systems to achieve appropriate, clearly defined, and desired results in the major areas of district operations. Now, I want to point out, again, it says plural trustees and a body corporate, not one individual. Also, the only employee the trustees have is the superintendent as well. There's a number of other things, that, and I'm going to skip a little bit of what I had in here, but there's a section in the Texas Education Code about micromanagement is the attempt by a board or one of more of its members to deal with administrative matters that are responsibility of the superintendent acting within the overall policy set by the board in conformance with state or federal law. Again, you've overstepped your bound. It's not your job to go through the library and go through books. It's your job to set policy, not take action like this on your own. It's the job of the superintendent to carry out that policy that the board has set as a group. So I heard a lot of people say, well, she didn't violate anything. Well, there's several examples there of the Texas Education Code that she's violated. I've also heard since Monday night, after we talked about the violation of trust, that she hadn't violated any ethics. Well, I contend that she's violated a whole host of ethics that are printed as board policy, that it also ties back to state law because you're supposed to set the code of ethics. And several of those, well, let's just start, I will tell the truth. You deceived people when you checked in at Operation Orphans, Operation School Supplies. You lied to the assistant principal about having permission there as well, too. And this is not the first time you've lied about anything. There's a secret recording by Melanie Graft where y'all talked about you've never gone against board policy or board votes. That is so false. It's kind of funny. I've got a copy of a letter to the editor that you pinned your name to, throwing all of your fellow board members except Ms. Graft under the bus for a vote that they took about an illegitimate agenda item because there were already items in place to report criminal activity. Here's your name to it. There's a question whether you ever wrote it because somebody used third person in that deal. So that's one thing there. So you've lied again in that recording. You lied to Dr. Glenn and Dr. Harrington in that recording.
Thank you, Mr. Deason.
Quick.
Sherry Johnson.
Good evening, Dr. Glenn and school board members. I'm going to do this very quickly. It kind of goes along with what I've already heard others say. What are the I did some research because I honestly didn't know exactly what the powers and duties of the school board members are. So I did some research. And according to the Texas Association of School Boards, school board trustees are not like other public office holders such as city council members, state legislators, or county commissioners. Once elected, a school board trustee serves on a body corporate, and the board's constituency is the district itself, not a group of voters. The trustees are called upon to serve the needs of the district and its school children as a whole, not the wishes of a particular block of voters. Okay, unless authorized by the school board, a member of the board may not individually act on behalf of the board. For the most part, the role of an individual board member is limited to preparing for, attending, and participating in properly called meetings conducted in accordance with the Texas Open Meetings Act. According to the Texas Association of School Boards, the trustees on a school board must not place themselves in situations where their personal interests conflict with those of the district. In other words, Karen Lowry has no power or authority to go to any school library without permission. She could only do what she did as long as the principal was aware and someone of authority was with her to look at books. Not only did she not have permission, she actually lied about it and snuck around in the dark for an hour and a half, knowing fully that she shouldn't be there. She may have won a school board election, but that does not mean that the general constituency of Granbury believes exactly as she does concerning banning certain books. Karen Lowry needs to remove herself from the Board of Trustees effective immediately. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Johnson. Faith Barnes. Faith Barnes.
Good evening. My name is Faith Barnes. I am a community member. I have 2 students, 4th and 7th grade. I also have one that graduated in 2021. I would like to thank you guys that are up here that support public education, those of you who respect the policies and procedures of this school district, and those of you who fight to come together every day to do what is best for the 8,000 students in this district. I'm speaking on item number 7. Mrs. Lowry was elected in November of last year, not only with a specific agenda, a personal agenda, but what I would consider an obsession that clouds her judgment controlling library books in our district. Before Ms. Lowry was elected, there were already procedures in place that allowed community or parents to challenge any book in question. This process is rigorous and includes a committee of staff and parents. Ms. Lowry did not reach out to campus administrators nor librarians to get information, nor did she file a challenge with the district. She took matters into her own hands. After being told she could not enter the library without administrator approval, she did so anyway, under the assumption that she was serving our community. Mrs. Lowry believes she is above the policies and procedures that are in place to ensure the safety of my children and protect their private information. If Ms. Lowry believes as an elected official she has the right to go into a restricted area, what will be next? The counseling office, nurse's office, any area with student information? What information of my child or your child does she believe she has the right to have? If Ms. Lowry does not resign or is not reprimanded for her actions, I believe she is more dangerous to our district and students than any book in our library.
Thank you, Ms. Barnes. George Freeman. George Freeman.
Thank you. Excuse me. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. My name is George Freeman. I really have 2 points to make. No one who enters a public school facility in the hours it's not in operation is deceptive about where they're going, operates in the dark, and when confronted by the vice principal lies about why they're there. No one who does that has an honest belief in their heart that they're doing a legitimate errand. Anyone who does that knows they're operating outside the rules. That's plain. And it would be easy to say, well, when harm's done, she was trying to do a good thing. But the fact is, this is the thin end of the wedge of a movement across the country of people who believe that an end they support, an end they believe in, justifies the means. And even Trustee Lowry knows this isn't true because in a really stunning plea to the rules, asked Dr. Harrington when she'd be provided due process. You can't have this both ways. You're either subject to the rules or you're not. And again, it may seem extreme to say that she should resign her position, but I say that she should resign her position because she has betrayed the public trust, and if she so strongly feels this is a sentiment of the community, rerun for her position. But I'll leave you with those 2 points. There is no credible story that she did not know what she was doing was outside the rules and was an illegitimate search. And in calling out for due process, she knows herself that there are rules that should be observed. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Freeman. Susan Wood. Susan Wood. wonder if it would serve us well to say that the next person up is going to be Ed Elder. So we will do this to help process this between people. Ms. Wood.
Thank you very much. My name is Susan Wood. I'm a resident of Granbury. I wish I could say that I am surprised by Trustee Karen Lowry's behavior, but I'm not. This is what happens when individuals who do not value and support public education are elected as school board members. The job of a trustee is to support and promote our public schools. The trustees that truly care about our district distribute school supplies to underprivileged kids. They come prepared to meetings. They do their research on agenda items. They attend and participate in trainings. GISD school board trustees swear to uphold 7 ethical standards. A few of these I will pull out for emphasis. Equity in attitude. I will encourage expression of different opinions and listen with an open mind. Trustworthiness in stewardship. I will make no personal promise or take private action that may compromise my performance. As Ms. Graff pointed out, Ms. Lowry's behavior has necessitated us spending money to hire a neutral investigator to review Ms. Lowry's actions. Honor and conduct. I will tell the truth. Integrity of character. I will uphold all laws, rules, policies, and procedures. Commitment to service. I will diligently prepare for and attend meetings. And student-centered focus. I will be guided by what is best for all the students in the district. Karen Lowry has broken all of these promises, and she has acted against board policy. As a result, the board should censure her for her actions, and she should resign. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Wood. After Mr. Elder, we will have Grant Wood.
Good evening. As a 22-year Marine, I know a little something about leadership, and I am shocked by Harrington and Glenn that you've handled this by having a kangaroo court, having a group of people, of radical people, attack and demean somebody, and then say that we need a bond. I'll tell you what, I don't see that the bond is going to be passed when we have incompetent leadership, and I'm going to be working on getting some new people elected so we can do some house cleaning. And as far as these, I served on a board one time, and a school board, and it was reported to me that girls were being taken out against the law for abortions. And so I did a similar thing and found out, so there are things going on in this district. There's been electioneering. There was a lady that testified Monday about electioneering going on. And then you pass the thing Monday so you can have more electioneering. So you have a record of it. So you can't be trusted. You guys sicken me, and the community is going to understand that we need to clean house. Before we have a bond or we do anything, we need to clear out the corruption. God help you.
Mr. Elder, just to clarify, I hope you are not referring to this school district providing abortions to kids. Mr. Wood, after you will be Zeb Ullum.
Good evening. Thank you to the superintendent and the trustees. Thank you for allowing me to speak. In honor of my old journalism teacher, I won't bury the lead. Ms. Lowry should resign from the board. Her actions have stolen attention from the primary task of the board, the management of the public schools. While she claims that her entry to the library was requested by the superintendent, she did not follow protocols and guidelines established to the school district. She was aware of these, but decided to ignore them. After ignoring these protocols, she then lied to staff about her authorizations and intent. In her oath, quote, "I will make no personal promise or take private actions that may compromise my performance or responsibilities," unquote. The district has rules and regulations governing the duties and responsibilities of trustees, administration, teachers, and staff. On this occasion, Ms. Lowry violated multiple rules and regulations and then lied to staff and administration. If she was an employee of the school district, there would likely be serious consequences to her actions, perhaps as severe as being terminated. Ms. Lowry should resign from the board for displaying poor judgment, bad leadership, lying, and abuse of her office. Thank you for your attention on this matter.
Thank you, Mr. Wood. After Mr. Ullum, we will have Jamie Hamrick.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, last time I spoke to you, I was angry. Karen Lowry and her accomplice had gained access to our children's federally protected student records. My anger has not subsided, and I have filed for a formal investigation conducted by the Department of Education for a violation of our children's rights under the Family Educational Rights and Privacy Act. Any parent or guardian of the GISD can file such a report through the Department of Education website. Federal investigators will be contacting you, and it will be in your best interest to fully comply with their request for information. They will be asking you questions. Had Ms. Lowry been informed of the proper procedure to visit the library, and did she follow it? Did Mrs. Lowry make an appointment or attempt to contact the principal of GHS prior to her visit? Did Mrs. Lowry accurately identify where she was going to the front office staff? Did Mrs. Lowry enter an area of the school that was restricted from non-GISD employees? Why did Ms. Lowry invite an accomplice who is not part of GISD? Has this accomplice been reported to any law enforcement? Is there a barred policy that prohibits this kind of behavior? What kind of action did you take when all the facts had become known about this incident? Did you do everything in your power to protect our children? Members of the board, make no mistake that your actions are going to be as carefully examined by federal investigators as the actions taken by Ms. Lowry herself. Your individual actions will be judged by the Department of Education. How do you think that will play out? Have you acted on your convictions related to the evidence in this case? Or are we letting things go and justifying federal violations of student privacy? Have you contacted law enforcement, the TEA, or the Department of Education to report that a board member and a non-GISD employee with no children in our school system effectively trespassed into a protected student area of the school with our student files for an hour and a half? Tonight, a vote to censure Mrs. Lowry just isn't enough. You board members who have not made statements now should feel compelled to break your silence. Break your silence to the public and break your silence to the authorities. A federal investigation is going to ask what you did after all the evidence was reviewed. I suggest that you prepare for that. This is a big deal. And if there was ever a time to do the right thing to protect our children and our teachers, now is that time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ullum. Ms. Hamrick, after Ms. Hamrick, we will have Jess Jackson Jr.
Good evening. My name is Jamie Hamrick, and I have a child at the high school and one at Acton Middle School. I come tonight not out of anger, but out of concern for our schools. And while there are so many versions of what actually happened on August the 2nd, there are things I know to be true. Ms. Lowry, I sat on the Library Policy Committee with you. In our meeting, I specifically stated I understood that the board had 3 responsibilities: hiring and firing the superintendent, approving a budget, and setting a tax rate. Dr. Harrington confirmed that I was correct, and you did not contend this statement. You also did not disagree or contend one proposed change in the policy. So imagine my surprise on Monday when you wanted to table the exact policy you agreed on. Lori Wallace, the high school librarian, was also on this committee. Upon introducing yourself and informing her you would be coming to do a check on her library, she had nothing but a welcoming response and even stated she felt very good that all books in the library were within state guidelines. My question to you is, did you call her? Did you send her an email or even try to set an appointment to visit and inspect the high school library? If you did, then I would not think that it was agreed upon that you go on a day when she wasn't there and it was dark inside the library. During your campaign and your current tenure on the board, you've made it clear you are here to protect the children of Hood County. We are a Title I district. My question to you again is, have you gone to each principal and counselor in the schools who actually spend time with these children for hours each day and asked them how you can help the kids? And if you have, was their first answer making sure you remove pornographic books from the libraries? Was that their first answer? I would guess with students in a Title I district, there are needs you and I cannot even fathom at this moment. Furthermore, you're so laser focused on the book issue, you're missing opportunities to support our students. You chose to go to a library inspection rather than volunteer at Operation School Supply. Our schools, the students and staff are more than just books, but you cannot even see it. There is so much good in our ISD, but you're not even trying to find it. Go sit with some of these teachers and principals to find out how you can get involved for the good. Don't go with the attitude of how can I find all the bad, but yet how can I help? If you're not going with an attitude of helping and supporting our schools, then it's hard to find how you're upholding an oath of representing our students, families, teachers, and staff. Thank you.
After Ms. Jess Jackson Jr., we will have Mark Jackson.
Dr. Harrington, board members, I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Jess Jackson Jr. I live in Hood County. I don't live in the city, but I am within the school district. I very much appreciate the last speaker acknowledging there are pornographic books within the library. I am here really primarily because, as has been mentioned, this is a wedge issue. This is an issue that is nationwide. What books are being in the library, what are not. Granbury obviously already has issues based on the superintendent's actions with the airplane. There are people, I believe, in the
Mr. Jackson?
Yes, ma'am?
You may not speak to anything but the issues with Ms. Lowry.
I believe those go together, Dr. Harrington, but I do appreciate your concern. Thank you. And I'll continue on if that's okay. Thank you. And I believe that the key issue here is trust, and that's been addressed over and over. And so I think that's the challenge here is I haven't heard anything as far as what Karen might have found or not found. I don't understand as a board member in other places why the board here appears to be working for the superintendent. I don't know why board members need permission to go to a public school. And the term accomplice is also, I believe, fraught with a charged emotion that's not actual and it's not correct. If I have a friend come with me, they're not an accomplice, they're a friend. So I think we need to be careful with our wording. We need to, as you pointed out, be considerate of each other as much as we possibly can and try to make sure that we're doing the best thing for the students and for the taxpayers and then for the staff. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you, Mr. Jackson. After Mark Jackson, we will hear Hannah Bone. I think it's Bone, but I'm not. I apologize, Hannah.
Well, good evening. My name is Mark Jackson. I came for you tonight to make a brief statement regarding tonight's main agenda item. I'm here, frankly, because it saddens me to see the discourse on this board the last couple of years. As you know, I served on this very body over 12 years. And although we often had disagreements, I'm not sure it ever rose. In fact, I am sure it never rose to the level where it's at now. So I wanted to offer my unique perspective in a couple of brief observations. First, we do have rules. Back in the mid-2000s, our own Dr. Harrington wrote and got the board to adopt its own procedure manual, and that's been referenced a couple of times tonight. That manual offers a framework and provided basically everything a trustee needs to know about how to go about their business without overstepping their natural bounds as an elected official and Granbury citizen. It was not designed to quell anyone's personal beliefs or prohibit them from speaking their mind, but rather to help us as a board be congenial, respectful, and have regard for one another's differences while maintaining a certain level of decorum, even in times like this. Every trustee gets this booklet as they come on the board, as you know. Second, while it is true we as taxpayers, citizens, and parents have the right to access public properties, there are important protocol and security procedures that must be followed to ensure the safety and integrity of our students, teachers, and staff. My wife's own classroom, by the way, is right across from the library. This is paramount to maintain all of their trust, to follow these procedures. Finally, we've all heard the facts tonight, and I think we'd all agree the facts are undeniable. The time at which Ms. Lowry entered the building is documented, how she checked in, where her destination eventually was, who was with her, and what they were purportedly doing in the library with their flashlights. Those facts are documented by videotape, even eyewitness accounts. But what we're going to disagree on is an interpretation of those facts, right? That's the real discourse here tonight. So where do we go from here? I'll offer just a brief personal experience of my own. I'll try and be quick. Several years ago, I was on the sidelines, Friday night football. Nothing like it, right? The bright lights, teams on the field, the band playing, cheerleaders cheering. Well, a security guard came up to me, and I was wearing my band booster badge. I was there on good authority, and said, "Is that your son over there?" Well, my 9-year-old was rolling down the hill on the south side of the stadium. Well, superintendents often let kids play out there. When the security guard approached my son, they asked, "Son, who do you belong to?" I'll be very quick. They said, "Don't you know who my father is?"
I'm sorry, Mark. Thank you so much.
It was a great story, had a funny punchline, and a good moral to the story for everybody here.
And thank you for your years of service. After Ms. Bain will be Gregory Gifford. So Ms. Bain. It's Bone. Thank you. I pronounced it 2 times and I pronounced it differently both times. I'm sorry.
I know, my maiden name was easier, Andrews. So, okay, thank you so much, y'all. Madam President, school board trustees, and superintendent. I'm Hannah Bohm. I'm a mom of preschool-age kids. Ms. Lowry, I do demand that you resign, and I hope the school board members, superintendent, and other faculty agree. Also ask and demand that you resign and accept your resignation. It seems kind of silly that I have to remind you that there is an ongoing federal investigation into the school district regarding breaking civil rights and anti-discrimination laws. Yet you were still sleuthing around the library. You are beholden to the students, teachers, and staff to do what is best for them. And I just want you to think, and everybody, what type of role model is she for the students here? I'm also kind of curious, like, what would be the consequence if a student did that? I just want the queer community of Granbury ISD to know that you matter. You're important. Despite the hurtful and shaming words that have come from the superintendent, various school board members, community members, just know that you and have people in your community and teachers and counselors in your school that care about you and accept you just the way you are. You are just a person you're meant to be, no matter what anybody says. And Ms. Lowry, if you really want to keep the kids safe, as you've publicly stated, you'd keep materials in the schools that make queer youth feel accepted and safe, which would lower the astoundingly high rates of suicide in this demographic. Instead, you're attempting to implement your personal religious morals to our public schools and ostracizing those kids that need your help the most. And it would also be helpful if you'd stop interfering with the investigation that is currently ongoing with the federal government that is aimed to protect the students of our district. Thank you, school board.
Thank you, Ms. Baum. After Mr. Gifford will be Elizabeth Mercer.
Okay, Dr. Glenn, members of the board, my name is Greg Gifford. I live in Cordova, Bend Estates. My comments will be brief. I've got a little military experience myself. When a person in a position of leadership fails to conduct himself or herself properly, the superiors to that person make a change in that job. Now, it may be you're a company commander, a battalion commander, division commander. This year, 4 Navy captains were removed from their ship. The reason the Navy gives is two words: failure of confidence, failure of leadership. We need leadership at all levels, of course, in our administration, but definitely on the board. Our Board of Trustees must exemplify the qualities we want our students to learn. We want our students to be honest. We want our students to play by the rules. And with this failure of leadership, I feel that Ms. Lowry should resign her position, and we get somebody in there that the students can have confidence in. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gifford. After Ms. Mercer will be Vicki Butler.
Good evening. So I'm not going to go over all of the evidence that's already been presented. I'm just going to say this. Based on the concerns so many parents expressed about the children's personal information, there are two databases that can be accessed, apparently from the library. One of that is the federal database, but one of them is a local database. It doesn't just give your children's, academic issues. It also lists all kinds of personal information, including your economic status, or whether or not you need free lunch because maybe you come from a working class family. I don't know if that was accessed, but TEA can tell you because they can do an investigation, and they should. In addition to that, Ms. Lowry, you had 2 warnings about how you were supposed to conduct yourself, ma'am. The first one was in the manual that was already presented, and the second one was verbally. Those 2 warnings mean that you are guilty of criminal trespass. They're not going to pursue that, and that is truly unfortunate because they should. You should be bound by the same laws that everyone else is bound by. I understand the position the board is in. I understand you're not going to be able to do that, but again, it is unfortunate. You made a decision, ma'am, and the consequences of your actions should be yours. And I do urge you, all of you, to check that database and see if it was accessed, because every family in this ISD deserves to know that their personal information, their address, their economic status, everything, they have a right to know that that's been secured. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mercer.
Mr. Clark, somebody must have leaned on the lights. Could you take the spot? Thank you.
After Ms. Butler will be Samuel Allen Lotta. Thank you.
Good evening. I'm going to make this shorter than I did the last time I was here, but based on the video discussed and the report presented at the beginning of this meeting, Trustee Lowry, it is apparent that you willfully defied the school board president and the superintendent on protocol to visit the library, and therefore broke the trust of the citizens of Granbury. You have not only embarrassed yourself locally, but now have national news coverage on your actions. You are a disgrace to our school board, our students, and the residents of Granbury, and I'm asking you to do the right thing and voluntarily resign from your position on the school board immediately. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Ms. Butler. After Mr. Lotta, we will have Zach Maxwell.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Alan Latta. My first name is Samuel. I go by my middle name. I have lived as a tax-paying homeowner on Viewpoint Drive in Mountain View Estates since the summer of '94. We have 2 children that graduated from this fine school district, and so I just thank all of you for serving such a district. Our children are doing well, as are our 5 grandchildren. The issue at hand today is a simple one, hinged on a clear yes or no question. It's not about he said, she said, what shouldn't be said, or hearsay. The question is, were GISD policies violated by an elected official? Were the GISD policies violated by an elected official? If so, then take the necessary measures that must be taken. Were district policies violated by someone elected by the public? Yes or no? It's that simple. Cut through the threats and the fear and the suspicions. Was there a violation of clear policy? I came here today to speak because I witnessed Monday's meeting online. Thank you so much for streaming this. When I came in and signed in, I picked up a copy of policies. They're quite clear. I'm attempting to abide by them. Were policies violated by an elected official? If any board member or members believe that policies need to be changed, then by all means put the appropriate procedures into action to remedy the problem for the sake of the future. But it would be unjust to do so retroactively. Last Monday's important public meeting was used by some as a platform for a few wild allegations, such as harming our children or even a conspiracy effort to shut down all public schools in America. GISD board members, please resist the temptation to fill in the blanks with anyone's suspicions, fears, or prejudices. To jump to incorrect conclusions just because others want us to do so is not a good precedent to follow or to set. Again, were district policies violated by an elected official? Yes or no? Today, the elected official in question is Karen Lowry, but in the future, it could be someone else. Before writing me off as another polarized citizen, please know, in Karen Lowry's election, I voted for the incumbent. But today, I'm speaking on her behalf. Did she violate clear policy? Yes or no? If a school district is going to take actions based on personal feelings or someone's emotions, suspicions, outcries, or conspiracy theories or politics, then that district's policies will become compromised. Once again, to Karen Lowry, violate clear district policy. Because of opinionated people, your task today may seem difficult, but actually the answer to this issue.
Thank you so very much. Zach Maxwell, and after Zach will be Tony Mobley. I'll get you right, Tony, I'm sorry.
Board and staff, thank you for your time. Ms. Lowry, with the reports given tonight relating to your actions and hearing so many from the community, I have one question for you. Do you feel any remorse? I apologize.
Trustees won't address the public. This is the opportunity for the public to comment, Mr. Maxwell.
Yes, sir. Well, it's something to think about. I also have a question that I understand you can't answer. Why did you turn the lights off? The reality is today that we have a lot of division in our community. I, for one, as a parent, have led by example. And I'm proud to be my children's parent because I do lead by example. As a Christian, as a community member, as a servant. And we have people that are on this board that I'm grateful for my children to look up to. But there are some that very, very clearly are leading a bad example. I really do have a special place in my heart, Ms. Lowry, for people who are willing to serve in this capacity. It's a very tough job. But I am asking you, please, for the sake of this community that is broken, that so many have put blood, sweat, heart, and tears into, so that way we can begin to heal, please take a step back and think about the children in our community. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Maxwell. After Mr. Mobley, we will have Adrian Martin.
So how's your week going? Once again, we make the national news for all the wrong reasons. It seems to be happening pretty regular right now. First of all, thank you, Dr. Glenn, Dr. Harrington, board, staff, and especially security. At the council, I used to tell security. I hope you're not really boring, and I'd say the same thing to you guys, because that means everybody can take a deep breath and actually do what we're supposed to do while we're here. You know, when you enter into office, you learn the things you can't do, but more importantly, you learn the things you can't do. Everybody thinks they're going to go in there and shake their fist and they're going to change all these things. And then you learn, or you should go to classes that teach you what you can't do and how to stay out of jail and how to stay out of trouble. They're worth your time. While some here question your integrity, your professionalism, your faith, your motivations, and agenda, I just want to say thank you. Thank you for being professional when you're looking your accusers in the eyes. Thanks for staying the course and doing what is right. You know, the Constitution is quoted here a lot. And so is the Bible, and so are my rights and your rights. These accusers talk about the Constitution. The Constitution allows freedom of speech and freedom of religion. But some of these folks think as long as you're saying what they want you to say it. If you don't, then we got to squash you. Religion, freedom of religion, as long as it's mine. The Bible is thrown around by these folks as well. They narrowly quote the Bible, and there's a lot of misuse of the Bible in here. They say you have to follow every plank of the Republican platform, or you're banished to the cornfields. That the Bible that they quote, if you take all of that and say we're going to abide by that, let me quote 1 Timothy 2:12. It says, "Do not permit a woman to teach or to assume authority over a man. She must be quiet." Nobody ever mentions that here. Thank God, because that's why some of you guys are sitting here. If some of these activists spent time with their children and parenting, we wouldn't have one activist whose son's awaiting a theft charge, another one that thinks it's more important to pay for a porn site than to pay his child support. We could learn a lot from library books. You know, my wife and I raised 2 children. They've turned out to be good, faithful, patriotic adults. They don't live with us. They don't live with their grandparents. They live on their own. But we also taught them outside of our walls, there are other beliefs, and we need to respect these people and love them and not banish them to the cornfields. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Mobley. Adrian Martin, and after Adrian will be Connie Lessman.
Can y'all hear me? It's up too high? Yeah. It's okay.
You can pull it down a little if you'd like, Adrian. There you go.
Better?
Yeah, that's it.
Okay. Hello, happy to be back again. Try to finish my speech from Monday. Jump right in. The toxic element that we are seeing here is due to a small group. Karen and her associates invent problems and spur division. Rarely have I heard this group and Karen even talk about kids. Beyond the repeated line, we are protecting students. Are you protecting students from being bullied? Are you protecting students from anxiety caused by standardized testing? What are you protecting students about? Books? What about school shootings? I've never even heard y'all bring up any of these issues. That alone exposes your true agenda. It's never been about the kids. No parent thinks, I hope I don't come home from work and catch my kid reading. Karen and others say they're protecting our kids from explicit language. The kids at the middle school and the high school hear explicit language every day, an issue I brought up many times, including the N-word and other slurs from fellow students. Unlike the books, hearing hate on a regular basis does hurt kids. You want to regulate language in schools? Work on eliminating hate speech. Make a positive change. We've listened to you threaten teachers, try to get people fired, condemning your neighbors to hell. You make demands that you have zero authority to make. You don't even go here. Based on my observations, some community members have developed an unhealthy obsession with book banning, and at this point, they are willing to do anything, break trust, break safety, defy rules, and lie for what? To get a smoking gun so that you can prove your righteousness, so that you can bring down the school district? Who is that helping? What is that for? Why? Is that for the kids? Why the obsession with finding these books? Why is that your fantasy? It's weird. The kids don't care about this. A lot of the parents don't care about this. I got 14 seconds. Book banning, friends, this has been 2 years. Please find a better hobby. There are real problems here. Students are homeless, hungry. They suffer from abuse. If you really care about kids, focus on that and use your energy for good. Be blessed. Thank you.
Connie Lessman will now speak, and the next person will be Faye Landum.
Hello, I'm Connie Lessman. I'm a voter. I'm a taxpayer. I'm a mother. I raised an adult, not a child. He went to this school, graduated university. I know some of you on this board. I have met you, and I think you have one of the worst, horrible, heartless jobs in the world. What I'm asking is, well, let me go a little bit on me. I was a volunteer in this district for over 20 plus years. I was at Bacchus. I was in a reading program that helped children probably didn't have any books in their school, in their home. The only books they had were at school. We taught children how to read. I'm going to ask you, Karen, if you are still on the board, please go to these schools, go sit with these children, meet the teachers, go have lunch. I know Barbara Harrington went to the program that I was a part of. And these kids need to see, adults need to see people that make them know they're worthy. Thank you for what you're doing, and thank you for this time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wilson. Faye Landum will now speak, and the next one will be John Bach.
I have previously heard folks say, I come to you with a heavy heart. And I don't think in all my 82 years have I ever had to use that expression until tonight. My heart is heavy, and I am sad, Ms. Lowry, because of all the damage you have caused to the Granbury school system, the students, the teachers, and the town of Granbury. When you ran for office, I attended several of the candidates' forums where you had a chance to tell voters your plans to improve the Granbury schools. At the meetings I attended, you always read your comments, and your comments were always about the books. When asked a question, not referring to the books, you never could answer those questions directly, but always went back to the books, your script, making many of us wonder who was writing those scripts. Since you became a school board member, you have continued to talk about those books at every school board meeting I have attended. It's always the books, the books, the books, the books. Again, reading your script every time you speak and causing the audience to wonder again, who's writing these scripts? All of us in this room want our students to succeed in their lives, in their careers, if they marry, in their marriages. And in order to do that, they need great teachers, coaches, and staff in their schools, such as who we are blessed to have here in Granbury. I have to think you also want success and happiness for our students. However, your only concern seems to be those books, when there are so many other important issues that need to be addressed. You ran for election promising to rid our schools' libraries of the books, and you proved to us over and over again this is your only concern. You even lied and snuck your way into the school library to prove your complaint that there are still those horrible books in this high school library. Seems like it's okay to sneak in the dark and then lie about it, but not for others to have access to books that you find offensive. by sneaking in where you were not allowed to be and then lying about it. What a poor example of a human being you have shown to our students, our staff, our community, and now a broader community because you called the Granbury ISD be on the TV several times and not always in a good light. And in the process, you have noted titles of certain books which the kiddos would never have read. And now, many are going to read them just to see what smut you claim is in them. And if these books have already been removed from our school libraries, I bet the kids will go to their phones or computers to check out the subjects, pictures, and language you have brought to their attention. If you truly love our students and are so concerned about the future, it's time for you to resign. You have done nothing but hurt our kiddos, our school, and embarrass our community. I end this with this quote: "There is absolutely nothing wrong with a parent deciding a certain book is not right for their child. There is a colossal problem with a parent deciding that, therefore, no child should be allowed to read that book."
Thank you, Ms. Flannery. After Mr. Bach will be Robert Granger.
They will have to move the mic up. Since tonight's meeting is specifically about Trustee Lowry and the recent high school incident, I'll get right to the point. I think Trustee Lowry should resign. If she will not do that, then censure is the next best option. I am retired after 30 years working at Comanche Peak. During that time, I participated in many boards and committees, sometimes for information or research, but on occasion given extensive authority with impact on budgets, even nuclear safety of the plants and community. If I had ever acted with similar disregard for the norms, rules, and functioning of those groups, I would have been removed, demoted, possibly fired, and quickly. As I've heard Superintendent Glenn say many times, GISD is the largest employer in Hood County. As a Granbury resident, GISD gets the largest chunk of my property taxes every year. So I have a vested interest in the proper functioning of the school board. What I am seeing is not proper functioning, and you are a big part of that problem. Trustee Lowry, you are obsessed with pornography. Obsessed. Obsessed. In candidate forums I attended last year, it is all you talked about. Yes, it got you elected, but that's another problem for Hood County to tackle. Your single issue focus on pornography has not allowed you to be a fully useful member of this board. Recently, you have been unprepared to vote on agenda items because you had not read or attended or participated in research or groups that would help you come to an informed decision. That is not acceptable and is another reason you should resign so a functional trustee can fill that position. Trustee Lowry, please do this community a favor and resign from this board. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Bach. Robert Granger, and after Mr. Granger will be Sharon Sheelander.
Good evening, Dr. Harrington, Dr. Glenn, the board. Thank you for this opportunity to come up here. You put together a committee to review books and to vet books. I knew some of those people. Some of those people I did not know. Some of those people I don't really care to know. But they all came back with this same story. Everybody I heard talk about that committee all had the same story. The two ladies that were right here Monday night are telling the same story. When everybody's telling the same story in unison, there's credibility to that action that y'all took, okay? We talk about 40,000 emails going out to parents and nobody complains. That's a win, okay? People up here talking about division in the community. I am right-wing Republican. I mean, I'm way out there. I am way out there. And I am talking to people that I haven't supported that I fought with for 20 years, and we're all in agreement. So I see unison in this group that's created from this scenario. You have an ethics code right there. I read it. And they talked about trust up here. I trust just about every dang one of you people. I have a lot of trust in you. I believe in you. Some of you have been out to my house and suited up in bee suits. I know you people. You're good people. Believe in what you have put in place. If a kid goes into school and he raises his finger like this, 10 kids go to the office and they report it. Don't they? And you deal with it. If a kid uses a racial innuendo, 10 or 12 kids are in the office reporting it. I believe if there is a book in that library that's inappropriate and the kids find it, they're going to collaborate. And they're all going to be right down there in that office and they're going to be filling out reports. Dr. Glenn, I know you and your staff are going to deal with it. And you're going to do the right thing. And I believe that. From the bottom of my heart, I believe you're going to do the right thing. I think you've got your checks and balances. You've got that one by default. I think you've got your code of ethics. And I think most every one of you right here adhere to that code of ethics. I really do. I think you're good people. Now they're going to take somebody up here that's following you, and he's going to hold this hostage, this bond hostage. I heard a man talk about kids in 108-degree temperature riding in buses, sweating, and it's a health issue. That's what we need to be working with. We don't need to be working with books that we've already fixed a problem. My time's up. Thank y'all. Thank y'all.
Thank you, Mr. Granbury. After Ms. Schalinger, we will have Matt Westland.
As you just said, my name is Sharon Schalander. I am a taxpaying citizen of and I don't have kids in GISD. Of course, mine are too old. But I'm here today to talk about a couple of things I've heard during the Monday night meeting and this meeting. A couple of things on Ms. Moore's report kind of concerned me because I spoke with Dr. Harrington outside the City Council building a couple of weeks ago, and in that discussion, she mentioned to me that the pornographic books were locked in a closet. Now tonight I hear Ms. Moore say that there's a locked storage room. So which is it? I mean, is it a storage room or is it a closet with the porn books in it? I think there's a little discrepancy there. There's two other things that bother me about the discussions that have been going on here. I have 20 plus years in data security, physical security. The security questions has come into question from people coming up to here to speak and I'm not addressing any physical security because they're very good at what they do. I am concerned about data security. So several people came up here and just said, oh my gosh, my kid's personal information, the teacher's information, and that Karen could have accessed it or whatever. My concern is if those things aren't under lock and key, where people can't get to them, if they're sitting in a library and not in the office where they should be locked up, and anybody in the public could go in the library and possibly access those documents, then Dr. Glenn, shame on you. What kind of security are you running here? There should be nothing available for anybody to be able to access anyone's personal information or any confidential. So, yeah, maybe some people suggested maybe we need to have TEA come in here. Maybe they need to look at some of the security that's going on in this district. So that's my concern. So many people want to talk about this personal stuff. I hope to say that that's not an issue here. Thank you.
Ms. Schalander, just for clarification, when you and I spoke about a book, we spoke about a specific title that is required for an AP class, and I did tell you that
You did, but you also said the books were in a locked closet.
I said that book was locked away from young people in the library. Matt Westland, and the next person up will be Denise Mayberry.
Good evening, Board. Dr. Glenn. I just want to hit your code of ethics and just read through it. GISD Board of Trustees. As a member of the board, I shall promote the best interests of the district as a whole, and to that end, shall adhere to the following ethical standards: equity and attitude. I will be fair, just, and impartial in all my decisions and actions. I will accord others the respect I wish for myself. I will encourage expression of different opinions and listen with an open mind to others' ideas. Trustworthiness and stewardship. I will be accountable to the public by representing the district policies, programs, priorities, and progresses accurately. I will be responsive to the community by seeking its involvement in the district affairs and by communicating its priorities and concerns. I will work to ensure prudent and accountable use of district resources. I will make no personal promise to take private action that may compromise my performance or my responsibilities. Honor and conduct. I will tell the truth. I will share my views while working for consensus. I will respect the majority decision as the decision of the board. I will base my decisions on fact rather than the supposition, opinion, or public favor. Integrity of character. I will refuse to surrender judgment to any individual or group at the expense of the district as a whole. I will consistently uphold all applicable laws, policies, and governance and procedures. I will not disclose information that is confidential by law or that will needlessly harm the district if disclosed. Commitment to service. I will focus my attention on fulfilling the board's responsibilities of goal setting, policy making, and evaluation. I will diligently prepare for and attend board meetings. I will avoid personal involvement in activities the board has delegated to the superintendent. I will seek continuing education that will enhance my ability to fulfill my duties effectively. Student-centered focus. I will be continuously guided by what is best for the students of this district. I don't think what you did was best for the students of this district. I do think you should resign.
Thank you, Mr. Westland. After Ms. Mayberry, we will have Jody Gelker.
Board, I am here as a 17-year volunteer for Granbury ISD. I started out volunteering at Bacchus Elementary, and the mentor reading program was awesome, so reading is really important. I also went to Granbury High School and Granbury Middle School. I am here to represent tonight the children who are frightened, the parents, and many of the teachers that are frightened of y'all. Miss Lowry, thank you for taking care of the children first. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread. Forgive us our trespasses. Yes. Temptation, deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom, the power, and the glory forever and ever. What we each need to do is examine yourself. If you really belong to Christ, as every one of y'all up here claim, examine your heart. And please forget about politics, the way the school has always been. Your policies are in place. Ms. Lowry did not break them. We were not friends beforehand. Actually, I was friends and did a Bible study with her opponent. She told us to stand and speak out, but she wouldn't do it. So we voted for Ms. Lowry. Please take into account. Search your hearts. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Mayberry. Jody Gelker, and after her will be Elizabeth Boyle.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry for the lies that I keep hearing, but most of all, I'm sorry that this isn't about books, because the books that Karen and others fought to get out and are going to be removed on September 1st by the state legislatures. But of course, the state legislature will not be called book burners, radical Christians, or hated as much as Karen and the rest of the book people have been hated in the last 2 years. The state legislature has just realized that these books are harmful to the children. I am someone who has rescued children for probably 50 years, not by choice, maybe, but by occasion. And listening to these people, books matter. I deal with children every day who have been sex trafficked, sexually abused, and young men who are pornographically addicted. It starts at 7, possibly at 12, and they cannot help. We work hard. I wore this hat tonight because it's all American, and that's what Karen Lowry and Mark Lowry are. To consider them to be cheaters, liars, and thieves, and I say them because Mark went door to door and knocked on doors for Karen. They have worked hard. Yes, books, and now the books are being removed, and I personally tell you sincerely, if you think a child reads a book and forgets it when we're talking about erections, and shall I go into the other graphic details? No, let's not. But that is what is in the books. It's not, as these people say, about LGBT. No, those aren't the books. The books are the ones that talk about having sex for the first time. These children are being groomed, and you are allowing it. I gave you mock-up millstones earlier because God says one hair on their heads, and you might as well put a millstone around your neck and be tossed in the ocean. I'm sorry, Karen and Mark Lowry are the exemplary Americans. I would want every child to become Secret Service protected Ronald Reagan. You got the wrong people. The lies.
Thank you, Ms. Gelker.
Thank you.
After Ms. Boyce, we will have Lauren Heffelfinger.
Good evening, everyone. I never thought I'd be standing up here, so...
Would you please move the microphone?
Oh, I'm sorry.
Can you hear me better now? Okay, good evening to everyone. What I'm about to tell you is my own personal experience with book banning, and it is hard to talk about, so forgive me if I need a few seconds to begin. I know a lot of you in this room, a lot. I worked at the Hood County Library for 7.5 years. Then, during my second summer in 2015, one of our library patrons challenged 2 books for what they deemed to be inappropriate. And they lied not only to their friends in church, along with other local groups, but they also lied to the media, which reached national news. They have claimed that people call them a book burner. Well, on the form for reconsideration of material forms and policy, to those who don't know, that's a form that anyone in the community can fill out, and you can make suggestions for books, or if you're against a book, you can put that title down, and then there's a list of several questions like, why did you read this book? Is there anything good or useful for this book? This person commented, It would make good kindling. Then they also claimed it was openly displayed when they walked in. This is the spark that led to the outcry over books featuring various characters, some of those with lifestyles that certain people don't agree with. And I'm sorry, but LGBTQ plus is part of the books that were trying to be banned. This person then ran for school board, and then as devastating as it was, they were elected. Then Karen Lowry won by running a negative campaign and allegedly threatening lies about our schools and her opponent. Since before she even started her term, she has been running around accusing our librarians of distributing porn. The books that they have labeled as porn are books about people of different race, religion, and of course any books that feature an LGBTQ plus community. And I'm sorry that we exist. I'm sorry that that happens, but you do not get to tell someone who they are. That's not up to you. Mrs. Lowry's actions of breaking into the high school library, they've irreparably ruined her career, and I believe she should step down.
Thank you, Ms. Boyd. Lauren Heffelfinger.
Thank you.
Pull it up a little more, Ms. Heffelfinger. There you go.
Thank you. I'm here in support of Karen Lowry, who was overwhelmingly chosen by voters to be Granbury ISD trustee. She is fulfilling her campaign promises to look out for the best interests of parents and students. Karen has asked thoughtful questions before voting on this board. As a taxpayer, I appreciate that Karen wants our students to have the best possible curriculum and books to read. Karen took the time and initiative to actually visit a school. When I heard the lawyer speak, she was speaking about the lady that came in. She did not speak about Karen saying where she was going, the lady that, so that's what the lawyer said, I'm just saying. And she did check in, and you know, if she was supposed to be assigned someone, she should have been assigned someone when she checked in. She was allowed to enter. She went into the library to look at books, not surprising since she was chosen to be a team on it. She was chosen to be on a team looking at library materials. Fort Worth ISD recently closed their libraries to rid them of illicit, y'all been talking about pornography, but it's about illicit is the proper term, and age-inappropriate materials. Why can't we have transparency like this in the Granbury ISD? What are you afraid Karen will find? Once again, I stand here asking you to work together instead of attacking board members. Maybe this board should be more open to what new members have to contribute instead of protecting the status quo. With a large at-risk student population, perhaps taking a fresh look would help problem solve some district issues. Time spent on a board member, and it's not the first time, is time lost on solving real problems. Issues like why we can't fix school buses' air conditioning problems, and children must roll down bus windows in triple-digit heat. Knowing how much you want to censure Karen, please put aside this act of retaliation and think of the consequences of your actions. Remember, voters overwhelmingly voted in Karen Lowry. As a member of the Strategic Planning Committee, I would caution you about about a yes vote to censure.
Thank you, ma'am.
Voters
Thank you
will be
very
less
much.
likely to vote yes
Your time is up,
if
Mrs.
they lack
Thank you.
confidence
Thank
in the
you.
board.
If you are speaking to your neighbors and interrupting those that are sitting nearby that they cannot hear, would you please try to refrain from that so that everybody can hear everyone that speaks? And I failed to mention that Renee Chahardy would be the next speaker, and so he needs to come forward, and Patty Cisco will be after him. Renee Chahardy. Okay, we'll move right along to Patty Cisco, and after her, Jim Jarrett will speak. You may have to pull the mic down a little bit. Thank you.
Thank you for letting me talk tonight. As a GISD parent, I thank you for allowing me to speak this evening on this important issue. Ms. Lowry, I have attended or watched GISD school board meetings for well over a year and have also volunteered in various capacities. I'm appalled at the persistent obstructionism and promotion of personal political agendas by school board members who should be making decisions that promote the vision of Granbury ISD, not tear it down. Ms. Lowry, you've made it clear that your personal campaign is to purge GISD of inappropriate books, to the point that you felt it necessary to enter the high school library without prior authorization and scan the books there in the dark. Your credibility is ruined. It would be best if you resigned. If you do not, consider this. Before I retired, I was a public school counselor for 27 years. Here are most of the concerns that the hundreds, if not thousands, of students brought to my office throughout the years. They talked about fitting in or not fitting in, about being bullied. They talked about how to navigate new romantic relationships. They talked about fear of academic failure and the ubiquitous STAR test. They talked about how they might succeed in the future and whether they could afford to go to college. They talked about fear for their safety. They talked about their relationships with the adults in their lives and how they could better communicate. Some worried about where the next meal would come from or the new pair of shoes that they desperately needed. I still remember with stark clarity the faces of the families who came to enroll at my school after Hurricane Katrina with nothing but the clothes on their backs. Not once did a parent, a student, or a teacher approach me with concerns about an inappropriate book in the school library or classroom. Not in 27 years. Ms. Lowry, you stated that you will continue to protect the hearts and minds of our children. Well, I listened to the hearts and minds of hundreds of children for 27 years, and I continue to do so at home with my children and grandchildren, as all parents should do. To you and all of you who continue to beat this dead horse to smithereens, I have this advice. Stop listening to the sound of your own voice and listen to the kids.
After Jim Jarrett will be Mary Lowe.
President Harrington?
Will you pull it up to you? Grab it down at the joint.
Give me my time back. I'm not a mechanical engineer here. This is great. Dr. Harrington, Board, and Dr. Glenn, thank you. Thank you for your time. Appreciate that, sir. I wanted to come and say the individuals that are looking for this Department of Education investigation and the TEAS investigation, how can I help? Because this definitely needs an outside investigation. When the attorney introduces herself as your attorney, yours minus two, I would think. I want to talk about the behavior, so don't get confused when I start mentioning harassment. I'm talking about the harassment definitions and what I see going on in here. Harassment is defined by the U.S. government, by Texas government, and by your own policies. Federal definition, harassment becomes unlawful, or one, enduring the offensive conduct becomes a condition of continued employment. Or two, the conduct is pervasive enough to create a work environment that a reasonable person would consider intimidating, hostile, or abusive. Under Texas law, criminal harassment occurs when a person commits an act meant to annoy, torment, embarrass, abuse, or alarm, or harass another person. The GISD rules mirror the federal and state definitions. Under these GISD rules, the section entitled Discrimination, Harassment, and Retaliation says, employees shall not engage in prohibited harassment of other persons, including board members, vendors, contractors, volunteers, or parents. The GISD rules then define prohibited harassment as conduct so severe, persistent, or pervasive that the conduct has the purpose of or effect of unreasonably interfering with the employee's work performance, creates an intimidating, threatening, hostile, or offensive work environment, or otherwise adversely affects the employee's employment opportunities. And I just ask that you review your behaviors, the behaviors of the board, see how they fit here. It's my understanding that the offense that Ms. Lowry is charged with, you don't have the authority to fire her. So maybe the special meeting is just a continuation of these unacceptable behaviors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jarrett. Mary Lowe, and after Mary Lowe will be Dennis Mauder.
Karen Lowry, thank you for being such a woman of great spine. I pray that you will continue in your duration of political harassment. Do not resign. There's a penal code, 43.24. There's a felony law that says you cannot put pornographic material before children. We're not talking about pornography in the schools. There's over 2,400 books published via Follett, which you all contract with. It is right and reasonable that you would want to purge your district of a book that is teaching sex, which bypasses the SHAC code of the Texas Education Agency. Don't you flinch. Members of this board, the thought that you would censure based on a paid person with the name attorney to present facts that she cannot disclose how those facts were arrived at or who prepared that report is preposterous. This is a witch hunt, and it's disgusting. And let me say this, I don't live here. It's on my cities of where to retire, no more. The board members that have tolerated, without this kind of charade, fiscal irresponsibility are a liability to your community, and it detracts from children being educated, and it is largely responsible for your scores. You're ranked in the state and Title I. Those of you who think that TASB is a law, you're mistaken. It is a political entity that enforces an elected body to undermine the constitutional republic that allows each and every one of you to be free. And if you don't like your freedom, then you vote to censure someone who was duly elected. Ma'am,
This year, you and Kim Paxton are two of a kind. Stay with it, babe.
After Mr. Mater, we will hear Charles Beard. Will you pronounce it for me, and we'll hear Mr. Beard after you, sir.
It's Maunder.
Thank you.
Saunders, Maunder. Okay. Well, thank you. I would speak from the standpoint of my business career. I was an auditor with two large international CPA firms, conducted audits of publicly traded companies, smaller public companies, and an important point of those is we were hired by the board who represent stockholders. The board's fiduciary duty was to the stockholders. The board of trustees here, I believe your fiduciary duty is to the people that elected you. Part of the jobs that I had, including as an elected board member, was to ensure that the interests of the shareholders, in your case, the public, are protected, that policies and procedures that the board implements are implemented properly, and oftentimes that means you have to see it for yourself. You have to dig. You have to do things that are perhaps not typical. And to that respect, I think that Mrs. Lowry's actions were appropriate to find out for herself whether your policies with respect to these books are being followed by the team that's employed here in the district. So with that said, please review your policies and open it up so that individuals on this board can see for themselves routinely whether or not your policies and procedures are being implemented by the management, by the superintendent within the district. And in conclusion, thank you, Mrs. Lowry.
Thank you, sir. After Mr. Baird, we will hear Gladys O'Brien.
Good evening. My name is Charles Beard, and I want to first state I mean no disrespect towards anyone in this room, but I am not removing my glasses. I keep them on due to injuries received in combat. Though I am a GSD employee, my statement does not reflect or against anything. I am in no means acting as an employee in GSD in my statement. I believe in the facts, and I believe in looking in both perspectives. First, I'm going to assume that all the facts against Ms. Lowry are true. Let's talk about the elephant in the room. And asking how a private video inside our school is released so quickly to the public on social media. Aren't we assured we respect our staff privacy by not tarnishing our self-employees' livelihood before facts are in? I do know you cannot access any records without a proper security level of access. This is also a need-to-know basis. All passwords originated by individuals are incorporated or tracked by a security manager to be time-stamped and accessed information recorded for legal purposes. Why has not past or current board trustees demanded this stamped evidence to be provided to inability of accessing claimed information? Then maybe people could put down their mocking spirit and take up the cross. I was truly concerned for their intense emotional performance last night, intentional or not. It is not a violation of issuing videos of placing out children or present in schools. The school district is required to investigate the violation and take discipline. The video released is why we are receiving national attention, period. Then I look at the other side, and I look at it as a clear, deceitful cover-up to provide numerous security violations, false information disseminated to parents in an attempt to hide the unethical standards. One key website is the Texas Education Agency, which has a phone number for questions. This agency assures our education systems professionally teaching our children academics. What I also found is they investigate corrupt boards of trustees. If this is going on and the board is corrupt, they come in and clean house. Then we won't have to come to these board of trustee meetings, as there will be no longer an individual school district. There are a trail of these school districts already no longer open. I try to find humor in things, so here it is. In the movie Hocus Pocus, wasn't there 3 individuals who basically eat children to make themselves more presentable, representing individuals sharing their popularity while preventing the parents from protecting them while removing masks to try and keep people for their agendas? True or not, it's still hilarious. We need to believe and raise our Christian flag just as much as our state and our national. What are our true value levels and how far to the left are we going to go? I look into this audience and I'm shocked. I can't believe as far left it's going. We are people here and we need to respect each other. And I am just appalled at the fact that if we call ourselves conservative Christians, why are we even remotely changing from what God has asked us to do?
Thank you, sir. Gladys O'Brien will speak next, and after her, Mark Lowry will speak.
Good evening, Board. I was scheduled to speak Monday evening, and I had to leave before the second round of speakers, and I apologize for that, but I'm here tonight. Anyways, I'm here to support Karen. In my opinion, she's doing what she said she would do if she were elected to the school board. She and others are trying to identify age-appropriate literature and put it in the proper school. She signed in at the high school front desk, showed her identification, and went to the library. Apparently, she should have visited with the principal before entering the library, and because of that, she's being charged, I think, but now I know, listening to everyone, with trespass. And that's what she's being censored over. From reading the Hood County News over the past couple of years, I've learned that things like Mr. Dawson along with Mrs. Dawson using the school airplane for personal use, were they censored?
You may not speak of other folks. Speak to Ms. Lowry's issue.
Well, that's about censoring Ms. Lowry, and it seems to be, okay, there seems to be there's a double standard, and it seems to me that perhaps there's an agenda within the school board that we can censor the school board member, but we don't censor other people who violate school policy as well. It doesn't seem that the rules apply evenly across the board. We know the answer, the people I were going to mention were not censored. So my question is, why not?
Thank you.
If I was a conspirator, I would say they backed us up together. Members of the board and the listening public, my name is Mark Lowry.
Mr. Lowry, Jerry Daughtry will be next. Go ahead.
You mind giving me my time back?
Yes, you will.
I've got to rush it.
Yes, absolutely. And I apologize. You will get your time back. I'm trying to facilitate moving us on.
When my wife won the trustee election last fall by a resounding majority of the votes, I made a commitment to not speak in public board meetings out of respect to her and her position. Answer to some of these other folks that say she's just focused on books, she attended, I believe, all the strategic meetings, and I know she, along with my counsel, has offered Chief Wade Clark information on how to better secure this facility. I would hope he would confirm my conversation there. This reminds me of June of 2022. Trustee Lowry, my wife, has done nothing wrong. Policy BBE, board members' authority in visits to district facilities clearly allows a visit, as Karen did. You can examine the boards in the back. But it did not matter. To President Harrington and Superintendent Glenn saw an opportunity to take down a trustee in an effort to grab power. Regardless of the most important vote this school district has faced in a number of years, including an important teacher's raise, they chose to kick over a hornet's nest to gain power. They know Karen is a threat to their power, even though she is a minority. Let me speak directly about the so-called investigation. I'm a retired criminal investigator, 1811 series for the federal government. I know a little bit about them, Madam President. This event occurred on August 2nd at approximately 9:20 a.m. Within 2 hours, this authorized visit by Karen was on the killer whale. Private information was leaked almost immediately about a parent of this school district, which is an ethics violation and should be investigated. And she is a parent regardless of what you have said. On August 3rd, at 10 o'clock a.m., Harrington sends an email to all board members proclaiming Karen's guilt, all of them. At 10:04 on August 3rd, President Harrington sends Karen an email with a CC to Superintendent Glenn. Again, the nature of the email is accusatory of guilt. She has not been invited Karen to come in for a formal interview. There was no formal interview. 32 hours later, an email to Karen titled "Results of Investigation of Your Unauthorized Presence in Library." Again, President Harrington again makes accusations and determinations of guilt and adds her personal opinion to this investigation. Still no request for a formal interview. Investigators do not put personal interviews in. In every case, information from Harrington emails is almost immediately released into the committee, and Harrington continues to expose the name of a parent. Do what you will with Karen and censor her. She will wake up tomorrow with a proud and loving husband, a clean conscience, and invigorated spirit to pursue the goal of protecting the hearts and minds of children. God bless your souls.
After Mr. Dowdy, we will have Mary Cardine, or Cardin.
Board, I come to talk to you about a very inconvenient topic for y'all, and that happens to be your own board policy, BBE, which sets forth what is required of a board member to visit a school or a facility. That particular policy is based upon a state policy that mandates that you have such a policy. And what it says is that the board member will adhere to any posted requirements in entering a school facility. Now, there's some more to that, but it has to do when school is in session, and that was not the case on August the 2nd. We've heard a lot here tonight about things that the superintendent would prefer and that people out here would like to have happen. Unfortunately, even your standard operating procedures, which you have adopted, cannot supersede what policy calls for. If they do, you don't have a policy. You have a list of wishes, and that's not what's here. Karen, the minute that she did what the sign on the door said for her to do, had satisfied the policy. And that I went to check the door, and all it says at the door is that they need to check in at the main office. That's all it says. Having done that, she was legitimate in being there, and any effort to insinuate otherwise is not appropriate. I want to mention just a little bit about this investigation that we hired. It seems times every time this board fouls up on something, the public gets to pay for a lawyer to come and try to find a way to have y'all weasel out of what you fouled up on. $335 an hour, and nobody said how many hours that they took. But in this particular case, I want you to know that I did my own personal investigation, and it took me about 45 minutes, which included the time it took me to drive from home to get to the school to read what was on the door. So the last thing I want to touch on here is the fact that I know that you can censure her for what she did, but you are beyond your policy when you do that. I know that the vote is already there because at least one board member has already told her, even before she heard what the attorney had to say, that I'm not going to vote for you. Now, so the deed is done as far as that's concerned, but you will be setting a very bad precedent that will affect all future board members, and for that reason, your actions to censure her cannot stand, and it will not be allowed to stand. And we've already heard about people talking about investigations. The next people you're going to hear from knocking on your door is going to be TEA, and you don't want the probe that they're going to give you as far as what all other actions you have taken may be illegal.
Mary, Allison Ullum will be the next speaker after Mary.
Dr. Glenn and board members, thank you. My name is Mary Carden. I'm speaking as a mother of a child that graduated from Granbury High School, a citizen, a taxpayer, but probably more than any of that, I am a pastor in this community. And I stand with the Hood County Pastor Council. And I think I first want to say, I wish we could be honest enough to say what we're talking about is not the real issue. This issue is about a clash of moral core values, and it's going on all over this nation. And we are not a small little group. I don't even consider politics in this. To me, it's a matter of good versus evil. And I will stand for what is right, and I do care about children. And I guess if being concerned about books is hysterical or obsessed, call me obsessed. But as a pastor, I get to listen to people addicted to pornography. I get to listen to marriages torn up by it, families damaged by it, and yes, even children who are addicted. It is wrong to have sexually explicit books, illicit, whatever you want to call them. They're not age appropriate. And I'll stand with Karen Lowry and do whatever I have to do for as long as I have to do it, to know that I can stand before God with a generation coming up that won't have to be permanently touched by something. It's wrong. Call me obsessed. Pornography is wrong. I want to also quickly speak to what I feel is a lack of relational integrity. When someone, why can't you as a board sit down and talk about this? This thing was being judged. In our nation, it's innocent until proven guilty. And yet this thing was judged on social media. It was disgusting. All of the comments, half didn't know what they were talking about, and I'm not going to say which half or anything. It just didn't need to happen. Why was this on social media? Why was this not handled first with relational integrity? Finally, I want to say, and I will say this before God, if you censor Karen Lowry, it will not bear good fruit. Hear me. Karen Lowry, don't you dare resign.
After Allison Ullum, we will have Jim Brown.
Ladies and gentlemen of the board, Madam President, Dr. Glenn, my name is Allison Southern Ullum. I live in Granbury, have 2 boys in Granbury, and I am here because I'm a very concerned parent. Romans 13, 1 through 2 states, obey government, for God is the one who put it there. There is no government anywhere that has not been placed in power by God, so those who refuse to obey the law of the land are refusing to obey God. Ms. Lowry's actions demonstrated disregard for the legal and moral principles that govern our society. It is essential for individuals in position of power to uphold the law. This behavior is required by God. Hearing statements made Monday, I suppose some might consider me a Christian in name only. However, true Christianity is not just about knowing Scripture, but also by living its teachings. It is about embodying the values of love, compassion, and justice. The question is, what would Jesus do? I have put much thought into making sure that my words and actions reflect the spirit of that question, not just tonight, but always. I don't want porn in the library. I don't think anybody here wants porn in the library. This is not about porn in the library. It is about following the rules. I do not understand why Ms. Lowry didn't follow a simple policy. She has stated she did follow policy. However, in the video, I saw lights come on, then watched as they were turned off. It seems that there may be some confusion or conflicting information regarding Ms. Lowry's actions and adherence to policy. It would be helpful to have a clear explanation from her as to why she didn't turn on the lights initially and why they were turned off after being switched on. Because she has not given that explanation, the only conclusion that can be drawn is that she broke the rules and potentially broke the law. My children and the children of this community are watching our behavior. It is crucial for us to set a positive example for our children and show them that respect for others is a fundamental value in this community. Some of the behavior I've witnessed lately is unacceptable. They must also witness accountability and integrity in their community leaders. These things set a precedent for their behavior. The lack of explanation from Ms. Lowry only reinforces the notion that rules and laws can be disregarded without consequence. If we allow Ms. Lowry's disregard for the rules and laws to go unpunished, we are sending a message to our children that this is acceptable. Thank you for your time.
Jim Brown will be next, followed by his wife, Monica Brown.
Get my 3 minutes in tonight. My name is Jim Brown. I live in Granbury. I am still honored and blessed to be the husband of Monica Brown. So far, we are only hearing one side. I had this nice 3-page thing, and when I sat here, I thought, this is a bunch of assumptions. Still, we have lawyers coming up here. All of it is still one-sided. Do I need to stop? I would like to ask to hear Karen's side. We haven't really heard her side. We've been dictated as to what the assumptions are made about her side or about what is supposed to have happened. There are many assumptions being listed as facts. Karen's character has been slandered repeatedly. We are assuming she had ill intent. What was Karen's intent? Based on social media outcries for 2 years, I have sat and listened repeatedly to heated discussions over sexually explicit books. Karen asked to go to the library. She was told yes to go. She signed in, and now we're getting tied up in the details of what's happening. However, it has been made clear in this board that the current board, per newspaper articles written, is absolutely 5 against 2. If I was a 2, I think it might be a little bit wondering of, am I getting bullied? It seems that we need to hear Karen's side of this. What was Karen's intent? What was her intent? Yet you haven't asked. You just assumed she was viciously on a mission. I can do this. I have an assumption that I would like to make, but based on what I've heard tonight, the assumptions being made are pure facts. So the fact is, Karen had pure intent to figure out what she was voted for by the voting public, and you, board, have not listened to an intent, or you have assumed, and you have gone after an individual within your own family. Thank you.
Ms. Brown will be the next speaker, and after her will be Sharon Westland.
Thank you. Jim, it's a privilege. Where'd you go? Right over there. 33 years. I'm very proud of that because in my family there was a lot of divorce. So it's quite an accomplishment. I'm proud of that and blessed. But assume is the word I was thinking. I mean, I was taught when I was young, you really shouldn't assume because you know what that does, right? And when the attorney was up here, she used that word many times. And that person who answered the phone, who was at the door when Karen got there, you're assuming based on her, you're assuming this attorney is quoting that assistant principal, vice principal correctly. Now, we forget when someone quotes Romans, I really appreciate that. That's why we're here, to obey the governor's directives. Got 3 pages of it handed to me on the committee I was asked to
Beyond. For library books, fraudulent committee documented in Hood County News, 100 books put back in 2 meetings. Educators who violated the Educators Code of Ethics by putting those books back in, even though Mike Beaucamp is one of them. He stood up and said, he's not one of them in a negative sense, but he said, hey, I'm reading this out loud to you. That's sexually explicit. And they said, it's okay, I don't have a problem. And none of them got a slap on the hand, not one of them. After that second meeting, I called Dr. Glenn and talked to him for an hour, or he called me, whichever. I begged him, hey, this is a moral dilemma. Why would I be here? Why would I be here 2 years later? Why would Karen get elected? Why does she want to be here? Why is Paula McDonald not in that chair? I would have voted for her. And I won't vote for Courtney again. Not based on the Educators Code of Ethics. I'm excited to see the 2 new ones come in the fall. It's a full intent for people to flip this board over this book debacle. Code of Ethics are being violated. EHAA is being violated. Your SHAC committee rules are being violated. Any resource you have that has any sexuality in it that isn't approved by SHAC and doesn't support your SHAC goals, which is quite clear in your EHAA policy, needs to go for the benefit, mental health of the children. I don't care where they get this elsewhere. They shouldn't be getting it in your seat, paid for by our tax dollars. So if you're a parent in any school district in Texas, go look up your city, Granbury or Keller or Boyd or whatever, look up ISD, look up school board, look up policy. Read EHAA, read EFA, and in Granbury you got an EFB. Also go to Google and look up the Texas Educators Code of Ethics, and you'll see they've been violated left and right in this city, in this town. And I'm sorry, I expected a lot more out of Granbury, and I hope it gets there. And there's a group of us coming to make that happen. We want the better values. Quite a few people tonight spoke from California. They're here, they moved here, and they thought it was going to be better than it was. And they don't want it to go like it went there.
Cherie Westland will be the next speaker, and after her will be Janine McGregor.
Madam President, Dr. Glenn, trustees, and Ms. Lowry, who I will abstain from calling a trustee anymore. GISD policy BBE and GKC states that you must follow procedures like anyone else. So for instance, when I check into Acton Elementary for my schools, I have to designate where I am going, and my name tag clearly states it. As a prior public servant myself, no community member, elected official, or unauthorized staff has access to most areas for liability, their protection, and the citizens. It reminds me of someone going through my medicine cabinet while using the restroom at my house, a clear violation of ethics. The following are rhetorical statements. I don't expect you to respond. Lowry stated in her statement that she had to obtain counsel, whereas July 19th meeting was before the incident on August 2nd, and you had counsel. Lowry also stated that she checked in and made an appointment. Oxford Dictionary states an appointment is an arrangement to meet someone at a particular time and place, and no such appointment was made. During the secretly recorded conversation, you were told you had to make an appointment, and you used a charity event as a ruse. Disgusting. It reminds me of a snake in a garden. The staff thank you for coming to help with Operation School Supplies, and you failed to correct her of your intentions. Why did you bring a buddy? And her badge said cafeteria. Once again, no correction. What has been done about her? Why did you enter the library door furthest from the entrance of the school? Perhaps it was because the first door was locked to prevent unauthorized persons. Clue 1, you were not authorized. Or were you hiding your snoop fest? What are you doing? Stealing, planting evidence, going through the students' records or the librarian's desk, all of the above? Why did you keep the lights off, as any ethical person would have simply turned on the lights, especially if you were granted permission or presumed consent? It reminds me of my kids sneaking in the dark for a cookie. Yes, you were allowed in the kitchen, but not for the cookie. I have been made aware of a book that's in the library that the committee must have missed, It speaks of depression, homosexuality, sodomy, sexual impurity, bestiality, suicide, murder, adultery, racism, rape, cuss words, and death. It's the Lord's word, NIV. I assure you that the cell phones in our students' hands are being used as a resource long before our school library for dangerous books. I have read the statement about the TEA board ethics, which you have not upheld many of them. And I have filed a complaint upon your egregious disregard. Additionally, I filed a complaint to the Department of Education concerning FERPA. As all student records, thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. McGregor will speak next, and after her will be Greg Harrell.
Janine McGregor, Ms. Mack. I was highly trained as a researcher and analyst before I was trained as a teacher. I first met Karen Lowry, member of the GISD Book Committee, at a meeting with other community leaders. I was asked to review a book because of my background as a researcher for the State Board of Education and the Texas Senate Education Committee. Ms. Lowry expressed concern that the books in question were given only quick glancing reviews. Some put in the yes pile, some put in the no pile. What would happen if reviews were extensive? At random, I picked a book. It was an awards book. I immediately surmised that it was one of quality. That was deceiving, and that is why people are upset about these books. Here is the review. Gone, Gone, Gone. Published by the children's publishing section of Simon & Schuster called Simon Plus. 281 pages. A story about the sexual relationship between two high school boys. Here's the breakdown. To those who want quality education, there was no advanced vocabulary, no SAT prep words. The readability test put it at the fourth grade reading level in a high school library. To the people who prefer decent language, the F or the FU word was used 118 times, 47% of the pages. The cuss words like S word, B word, A word, J word, D word, and B word, the other words, 74 times, 29% of the pages. To the people who are Christians, this author used the name of God, Jesus, Christ, Mother of God, it's an expletive 62 times, 25% of the pages. To parents, teachers, therapists, and principals, your profession and value was denigrated multiple times. To animal lovers, the love scenes were in the basement bedroom where 14 animals were included and confined. The occult, oral sex, and someone's genitalia size were mentioned only once. But suicide as a solution was mentioned multiple times, a recent concern of this community. To the people who resent being told what not to read, remember the American Library Association and the American Association of School Libraries, 7,000 strong, recommended this book. They are telling your children what to read. I apologize to those who have gay friends, children, or family members. I could not figure out the illogical part of a subplot until I went, after my report, to an individual who could explain that to me. And that was a wake-up call. That part of the book was a subtle introduction for our youth to enter into the pedophilia ring within the gay community. If you want a summary of this review, I have them available. My review was extensive, so when I asked for copies of the other reviews of this book by the GISD personnel, I only received a quick glance overview checklist, taken 5 months after my submission to Dr. Glenn. Accuse Ms. Lowry of anything you want, but the one thing you cannot accuse her of is not digging deeper to help our youth. I apologize to the audience if I sound angry. I get that way when children are abused. Thank you for your time and consideration.
After Mr. Harrell speaks, we will take a brief bathroom break that has been requested from the podium. So.
Yeah, that's good. Well, I won't keep us any longer than we need to then. Trustees, Dr. Glenn, thank you for allowing me to speak tonight. Before we get to the actual issue at hand, I just want to really put things back into context in regards to Mrs. Lowry, Trustee Lowry. And as I stated on Monday night, one of the things that concerns me about about all of this that's taking place is the fact that Trustee Lowry, when she was elected and placed on this board, immediately you guys began to take actions that would serve to really minimize her role on this board. In other words, you modified your standard operating procedures so that your proposal was to take 3 trustees in order to place an item on the agenda instead of the former 1. You finally got it back to 2, and that was appropriate, and I thank you for that. However, and then you separated the 2 conservative members of the board right here on each end of the dais. I mean, I think that it's very obvious that there has been special treatment for the conservative members of this board, and that really serves to put in context how you guys all, as a board, have interacted. So keeping that in mind, let's get to the matter at hand, and that is the allegations against Mrs. Lowry. My observation, since I have attended faithfully your board meetings, is that Mrs. Lowry comes to these meetings well prepared. She asks excellent questions. She does her job, and she is an excellent representative for the people of this community that voted for her. Now, to the specific allegations against Ms. Lowry, I wrote you a letter, President Harrington, about these allegations, and these are the rules that are taken from the TASB School Law e-source page entitled Roles and Responsibilities of Individual School Board Members. In the event a board member's actions deliberately violate local policy or board operating procedures, the rest of the board may consider addressing the concerns by taking the following steps. Item number 1 is a private conversation between the offending member and the board president or other appropriate individual. President Harrington, when you emailed Mrs. Lowry concerning your concerns, according to the attorney, you included the word sneaky. At that point, I think you have lost all credibility in regards to being able to follow these steps and interact in a good dialogue with Mrs. Lowry. At that point, if I was Mrs. Lowry, I would completely do what she did. She probably shut down the communication. The word sneaky is an allegation, and you can't get beyond that. So therefore, I think that Mrs. Lowry's actions are certainly understandable. Your desire to censure her is misguided.
Thank you, Mr. Harrell. Just to correct a couple of things Mr. Harrell said, I quoted... We'll be in recess for 10 minutes. The time is 8:33. is now over. Let me say this, you have done a good job of keeping civil and respecting each of these speakers. I want to compliment you on that and encourage you to continue to keep to that same high level of decorum and respect each of these speakers and the board members when they speak. Moving to the next, Steve Biggers will be the next speaker, and after him will be Beverly Cheney. Steve Biggers. There we go.
Hey, good evening, Board. Thank you so very much. First thing I want to say, Trustee Lowry.
Mr. Biggers, will you pull the mic down just slightly?
I usually don't have a volume problem.
Yeah.
So let's start over, okay? Very good. First thing I'm going to say, Trustee Lowry, you stand. You have an armor. You are a child of God. You stand. You do not comply with these harassing haters because they didn't vote for you in the first place. You dethrone their beloved trustee and they don't like it. I'm going to address a couple different things. First, we're going to look at the logic of it. The logic, you all are elected CEOs of the school board. Jim Jarrett is the CEO of the city. Ron Massengale is the CEO in the county. They can go anywhere they want. This ludicrous policy that you have to be escorted when you have a free pass to get in. You can go through any door you want. And I'm sure all of you at one time or another have walked through that building without an escort, without letting somebody know. You're 20 years, you're going to tell me you haven't done that, ma'am? That you have not walked through this building, those buildings. So here's the deal. We can end all this. The next 8 months, there's still the controversy, books and books and books. Let's end all this. Each one of you pick a Saturday. No students. You open the libraries to the public from 10 to 3, and they come in and they go through it. You pick the Saturday. You can be there. They're wide open. What are you hiding? That's my problem. If you fight this hard to keep people out, what are you hiding? So now I'm going to come at this with a little bit of a moral standpoint, and I'm not going to take scripture out of context like a couple of these other people have. That's ignorance. Okay, you all prayed. You all profess on your Facebook and your social medias that you're followers, you're Christians, followers of Christ. When they have a theme through the Bible, all the way through that you can follow, especially in the New Testament, over and over and over again, you defy that, then there's repercussions from that. So here's the deal. If anyone should come after me, deny themselves and take up their cross and follow me multiple times. And if you don't, Jesus will deny you. You guys profess to that. Please, please, how can you lay your head on your bed at night and smile at your church members' eyes and say hello and go through this nonsense? You're an Eagle Scout, moral compass. Holy cow. So, Dr. Harrington, there's one particular thing I want to bring up with you. Matthew 23, please go read that. Talks about Pharisees. Please go read that. And Dr. Glenn, I throw this to your feet because we didn't have these major problems the last time. And your repentance moment was when your son was saved. That was your repentant moment. And when you refused, Joshua 25:15, but if you refuse to serve the Lord, then choose today what God you choose to. And I can't believe I would agree with Chris Tackett. Dr. Jeremy Glenn should do the honorable thing and resign from his role. Following from the board should exercise their authority to remove him. It's at your feet, sir.
Beverly Cheney. After Beverly will be M. Gale.
Hi, y'all. Thanks a lot for having us all here to speak tonight. And before we go any further, I know there are a lot of teachers watching, so I just want to tell them and let them know how much they're appreciated, because with all this controversy and all this going on, they've still been showing up every day. They've been loving on our kids and welcoming our kids, and I can't tell them enough how much that's appreciated. In full disclosure, I was going to get up and pontificate about things like following rules, accountability, and even give my opinion about whether or not the book situation was taken care of. But then I realized there was nothing I could do to change anybody's mind. I'm not a professional who conducted an investigation. I've not even heard Ms. Lowry's statement, other than what I read, or any reason for what she did. Those both should carry more weight than with all of y'all than my opinion. But I will address two things. First, to Ms. Lowry. As a person who has failed, I have failed in my life. I have made mistakes. I found that when I justify or try to excuse those mistakes, I only serve to amplify the mistake. I believe this board and this community shows and knows grace. I believe that with all my heart. Perhaps oops, I'm sorry, or I didn't understand, or I made a mistake, I promise I will try not to do it again. Any of those at the beginning of this might have stopped this circus. Perhaps not, but at this point we'll never know. Now to the board as a whole and to the community. This incident has stolen some valuable time from our students and their families. I've missed seeing first day pictures on Facebook because it's been flooded with this. I miss chatting happily with parents about how excited they are about new teachers or new classrooms. It's my hope that after tonight, whatever the outcome, the school district and the community can go back to doing what they do best. The board can go back to cheering on the students and the staff. I see y'all out there. I see you cheering them on at events and occasions. Teachers can relax. They can go back and do the jobs that they love to do. Citizens can start to read about the amazing things at GISD. Advocates for the bond can get busy educating the public about what the bond has to offer. Most of us choose to live in Granbury for wonderful reasons. Controversy, division, discourse are not some of those reasons. I'm ready to make this my home again, the way I thought it was going to be. Let's all use our hearts to take back what has been missing in public forums for so long. Thank you.
After Ms. Golly will be Paula McDonald.
Good evening, Board. I'm Marcy Galley, and I'm here tonight to support Trustee Lowry. I just want to tell you, please to keep doing what you're doing, protecting the children, because the pornography that has been allowed in school libraries has gone against the very penal code that is in your own policies that should not have ever seen the inside of a school district, period. EHAA is paramount in that. Barbara Harrington and Jeremy Glenn, I have to just say shame on both of you. I'm very disappointed that this entire ordeal was put on social media first, then you have a special meeting. Instead of putting this in closed session, or as the other gentleman said, having a conversation to determine if something was really done with bad intent, and it was not. The flashlight, whether or not the lights were on, the flashlight, none of that matters. All of you are elected by taxpayers. All of you should have access anywhere in the school districts at any time. I agree with the other gentleman that said, go ahead and open up all of your libraries on a Saturday. Have the entire community come in and look and see what's in there. You shouldn't be hiding it. I asked for a copy of the resolution to censure, and I was denied a copy. If it was not available to this board prior to the start of this meeting, at least 72 hours prior to the start of this meeting, none of you should take action on it. None of you. I cannot believe a Title I district is paying an Austin attorney $350 an hour, plus plane fare, plus per diem. Are you going to share that out on social media when you get that big fat tab from Walsh and Gallegos? I can't even believe a school district in conservative Hood County uses Walsh and Gallegos from Austin. Micromanagement was mentioned. She was on the book review committee. This is obviously a huge deal. If y'all have the book, or had the book, gone, in your library, that is absolutely appalling. I commend Ms. Lowry again for supporting this witch hunt in open court. Shame on you, and good job, Ms. Lowry. Keep up the good work.
After Ms. Donald speaks, we will have Nanette Harrell. And Ms. Scully, thank you for coming over from Willow Park to support Ms. Lowry. Ms. McDonald. If the audience will refrain from speaking, so Ms. McDonald will have her turn.
I have 3 main points. Karen, in your statement on Monday, you said, "I won a decisive victory, so I know the parents of this district feel the same way I do." If that were the case, then where are all the voters and the 8,000 plus parents who represent this district regarding challenging the books through the district challenge book procedure? Well, not one of them in the past year has filed a book challenge. Not one. If not one voter or parent has challenged a book, why do you take it upon yourself to conduct your own clandestine investigation? Number 2, during your campaign and on this very dais, you told the entire community that you did not file a criminal complaint on 2 of our GISD employees, when in fact, on the secret audio recording recently obtained, you in fact admit that indeed you did file the report. I have a copy right here. It appears that you have a habitual problem with telling the truth. You lied about filing the report to cover yourself during the election, and you continued the charade until you were behind closed doors and finally admitting the lie. Funny how the audio tape you and Melanie thought you would secretly record is now providing us with your own admission that you are indeed did have these GISD employees criminally charged. Thank you for this clarification. And as it stands, this criminal investigation is still open. So, Ms. Lowry, because the investigation that you and Monica Brown instigated is still open, why did you feel the need to conduct your own investigation? And again, in the dark, for an hour and 20 minutes. Wouldn't that constitute an obstruction of justice into your own open case? Point 3, every parent in this district needs to be aware, because these 2 women were in the dark for the amount of time where school computers, files, and documents are, we do have rights under the Family Education Rights and Privacy Act, known as FERPA. The school district must now take action and alert every parent in this district of a potential and possible data breach. You don't think that can happen? City of Granbury computer network hacked just this week. So, the school district's got to do what they've got to do now, and it's simply no way to determine what you guys were doing for an hour and 20 minutes in the dark. It is evident by your actions that you are not here for the children of GISD. You are here for your own agenda, and as you publicly stated on your social media on Monday, that you were forced to hire your own personal attorney for the safety of every GISD student.
Thank you, Ms. McDonald. You're welcome. Nanetta Harrell will be the next speaker, and after her, Dave Eagle. You couldn't hear? Oh, are you Miss Harrell?
Yes.
Thank you.
Couldn't hear you.
I apologize.
Good evening. Thank you for letting me speak. I've talked before about the liability associated with piloting a plane up here, and during that time, I explained my bona fides. Pardon me, can you please be quiet? I told you I'd been an investigator of large exposure accidents, that I have a history of being involved in risk management, my employment history, and when I say large exposure, I am talking cases in the millions, if not billions, of dollars. No investigation would be conducted the way that you have conducted it. None. Zero. Absolutely none. If I had presented the material that you presented tonight to one of my attorneys or one of the company's attorneys, they would have laughed at me and told me, bring me back the real stuff. This was hearsay. This was not a relevant investigation. You can't give your attorney your investigation and expect for it to be impartial or believed by the general public. The second thing I will tell you is that never in my career did I ever try my case in the media, whether it was the news stations or the social media, which didn't exist back then. That should have never happened. And a person before me mentioned that the attorney used the word assumed, and let's look at that. Is that system called the rafter system, where you check in at the desk, where they scan your ID, and in that system they also put down where you're going to go? The attorney said that whoever checked them in assumed that the visitor, not Trustee Lowry, was going to the cafeteria. Trustee Lowry did not get scanned into the system because it's not part of your protocol. When the person checking her in checked her in thanked her for her being involved in the school project, she assumed, and the attorney used that word there again, that she was there to go to the school supply distribution point. A lot of assumptions don't make things fact. I would hope that you would stop this, you would reconsider your decision, and I don't think that this will stand.
Thank you. After Dave Eagle, we will have Harold. I got to get some help.
Granick, I bet it's Granick. Harold Granick, right?
Thank you.
One comment about the lawyer Joey Moore. Not one thing did she say will be admissible in evidence in court. Not one. Not one. She never talked to Ms. Lowry. She never talked to Ms. Reeves, the other person that was involved. She was not subject, all the people that testified were not subject to cross-examination. Not one of those statements would be admitted in court. But jumping to the real deal here, y'all have a heck of a way of bringing people together in this county. I'm telling you. I want to talk about censure. It means nothing. It has no legal effect. It doesn't mean a thing, except it's a political hit job. Now, y'all are going to go over here, and I can tell by your Democrat audience primarily that you're going to go ahead and censure. You're going to vote 5-2, and it means nothing. But I'll tell you what is coming. You're setting yourself up for a perfect storm. A perfect storm on November the 7th. You have somebody running against one of your trustees, and you've got a seat that's going to be vacated, and there's people running for those two seats that could flip this board. That's one thing. The second thing is you're doing everything you can do to screw up your bond. I can't understand why you're alienating at least half of your audience with this idiotic witch hunt. You stand to lose on the bond on November 7th. You stand to lose on your elevated tax rate that you got to take to the voters that you claim is a lower tax, but it says right on there, this is raising your taxes. People aren't stupid. You got a perfect storm coming, and I hope it hits hard. Thank you.
The next speaker after this will be Aaron James.
Thank you.
Would you pronounce your name for me so I can?
Dr. Harold Granick. I rarely get to speak after Commissioner Eagle. Ms. Lowry, you've besmirched the GISD reputation, the Granbury and Hood County again, but that's not a violation of anything, but it is seen in WFAA, Dallas Morning News, Star Telegram. More to the point, on the Nextdoor community website, you said you wanted to support the moral rectitude of the students. I'll paraphrase the moral rectitude of the students, but I don't find that the example we want to set for the students is that it's okay to violate your oath, it's okay to lie to officials, it's okay to furtively go around with an accomplice secretly with flashlights in the library very much as a burglar does. So if that's the example that you want to set for the students of GISD, that's the moral example. I'm somewhat disappointed with that. I'll be brief, which people will love, in that I'm going to end with a quote. There was a Senator, Joseph McCarthy, who did some reprehensible things and was censored by his colleague in 1950s. But one of the most memorable quotes from that was when Joseph N. Welch in the Army versus McCarthy hearings, Mr. Joseph Welch addressed the late Senator McCarthy with, "At long last, have you no sense of decency?" Thank you.
Mr. James will speak now, and Todd Daniel will speak next.
Good evening, Board. I'm here tonight to remind y'all that it is your duty as trustees to safeguard our children's innocence. Rosa Parks was criticized and ridiculed for doing the right thing, and sometimes doing what is right requires stepping outside the box. And Trustee Lowry did the right thing when she was ensuring that pornographic materials were not on the shelves for kids to view. Who is signing off allowing pornographic books on the shelves? Do y'all have morals? You wouldn't give a kid a Hustler. Recently, school boards have let their guard down and allowed this hypersexualization of children. There's a word for that. It's called grooming. And it has to stop, y'all. This push to normalize pornography among our youth is disgusting. The only people that would want pornographic trash in front of kids is pedophiles. School boards throughout the nation are failing when it comes to protecting the kids. These books are placed on the shelf by someone in hopes of normalizing this trash. Y'all need to follow Trustee Lowry's lead and remove the child pornography from the shelves. Our children should not have to see this. To the trustees that are standing against pornography and child grooming, I want to say thank you.
Good evening. Ms. Harrington, I think you need to quit causing so much trouble. Yeah, quit stirring it up. Your usefulness to this district is about done. I don't understand how you guys can say that there's a district policy, DBE, or anything else that applies to this. School hadn't started. Ms. Lowry is an elected official, and you are inhibiting her in her responsibility and her duty to her constituents. And it needs to stop. Quit messing around. She has every right to do her due diligence on, the legislature's passed the law and said that you can't have these books in here. And do you know what these books are? Half the people in here that came in here and talk about book banning don't know what they're talking about. These books are lewd and they are absolutely not appropriate for anyone. It's not about LGBT. It's not about any of that. It's about lewd, crude, vulgar books that people don't want their kids to be exposed to. It's about satanic things. They're terrible. Go look at the books yourself. She did her job, and school wasn't even, it hadn't even started yet. You guys need to get the bad books out of the school. It's not against anybody except the kids. It's terrible. Last night in Fort Worth ISD, I could, if I brought one of the books to you and started to read to you, I could be arrested. He would have to come over here and arrest me. I can't show the pictures. Let's talk about what it really is. It's lewd and crude material that's not appropriate. Thank you for doing your job. Quit inhibiting another elected official from doing their job with all your games and narratives and posting it out there on social media. It's ridiculous. You're old enough to know better. Actually, you're too old. You're too old. Remember that. Get rid of her. Do better. You too. How did we get these books in the first place? Glenn? How? How are they in there? But we can't check to make sure that they're out now? We just have to take your word on it? You're the one that let them in the first place. Not enough.
What a way to end open forum. You're right, I am old. However, I don't believe that I have ever supported pornography in this district. And I'll go on record as saying, I stand before my Lord saying that. We will move to the next, item. Mrs. Lowry.
Okay, everybody had to sit through all of this. It's been quite exciting. It's a shame we didn't have any popcorn. All right. I want to thank all my supporters, and I want to thank y'all for your patience for sitting through all of this while I'm going to read this and explain my side and explain all the little questions and all the things that have gone on. I campaigned for GISD Trustee Place 7. I'm working to remove. Thank you for videotaping that, Paul. I appreciate it. out of the GISD library and the classrooms. I won 58% of the vote in every precinct, down to her 41%. This said to me, the majority of the voters agreed with my campaign. I also campaigned on the idea of protecting the hearts and minds of children at GISD and educating the future. I will continue to work for what I was elected to do. When I was sworn in, I was issued an all-access card to enter GISD buildings. Little white card, gave it to me, swipe a little box, walk in. In a meeting with Trustee Graft, President Harrington, and Superintendent Glenn, and an independent witness, we discussed our continuing education, among other items. We kept being told they didn't have it recorded, so we had to make a meeting to go back and have a meeting with them to say, we did this. We didn't go to TASB. We went to a conservative training. During this meeting, the superintendent and I were discussing the Follett system. I asked if I could go to the library at any time, at any school, and he said, yes, call and make an appointment. The summer would be a great time to do that. I have listed on the back wall on poster board BBE and what's in our board book that applied to what I did. With time running out on August the 2nd, 2023, with it still being summer, no staff and no children reporting for the start of school, I called the main office at approximately 9 o'clock on August the 2nd to tell the principal's office, which it says on our board book, call the principal's office, I and a parent would be coming to the school to go to the library. Yes, Board President, she is a parent, and she has a child, and now she's very concerned about the retaliation. At 9:26, we checked in at the main office, principal's office. The parent signed in through the Raptor system. I wore my badge as directed by policy. Neither of us stated or inferred we were going anywhere but the library. We left the office and walked to the library. We walked casually, no sneaking or peeking around the corner. My mistake, I didn't know there was 2 doors. I had been in the building for the convocation. I knew the library door was over there. That was the way we walked. I did as policy states. You can see it on the back board, BBE, visits to district facilities. A board member shall adhere to any posted requirements for visitors to first report to the main office of a district facility, including a school campus. Visits during the school or business day shall not be permitted if their duration or frequency interferes with the delivery of the instruction or district operations. Also see policy GKC. The Education Code 11.1512G says the board will create a policy. Under the title, Trustees' Visits to Campuses or District Facilities in our Board Operating Procedures, the 3rd bullet point, trustees shall check in with the principal's office upon arrival and follow all campus guidelines for visitors. Trustees are strongly encouraged to display their badge, identifying them as a trustee at all times. I had mine on, I walked in with it, I didn't check in through the Raptor system because I had my badge on. I complied with the BBE and the board book, page 20, and my discussion with the superintendent. I was unaware of any other planned event at GISD previously scheduled for that day. I was surprised when I came around the corner to the building that there were so many people, so many cars parked in the parking lot, and people standing outside in the line in 100-degree-plus heat, and parents were very upset about that because some of them didn't really get all the supplies they were supposed to get. I've been told they got 4 supplies after they stood in the heat for however long they did. When we arrived at the library, the lights were off. There was enough ambient light to see the books well enough, except for the books that were near the floor. So yes, I used my cell phone flashlight. I took pictures because of the changes to the Follett system and the trouble that I've been having getting information from the Follett system from the person in charge of that and my time constraints. I had also been asked and reminded that I was supposed to give the superintendent a list of books. Well, it's really hard to use the Follett system now, So yes, I went to the library. While we were there, a male subject walked into the library. He did not identify himself, but he asked me who I was and what I was doing. He stayed several feet away. Don't know why. I answered, I'm Karen Lowry, a trustee, and I have permission to be here, as I do according to policy, and I followed the policy. He told us children would be coming in. It would be loud, and he left. No children came while we were in the library. This man, I later found out, is the assistant principal. I also became aware that the superintendent was in the building. The assistant principal did not offer to turn on the lights. I did not wander around the building looking for someone to turn the lights on. I said I was going to the library, and that's where I stayed. He did not get security, did not ask us to leave, did not send someone to sit with us, and the superintendent did not come down and speak with us. As I had to attend an intergovernmental meeting at 11 o'clock, we stayed an hour or so. I saw the superintendent and the board president at 11, but neither one of them said anything to me. But within the emails, I found out that they knew I had been in the library. And let's talk about the dark in the library for a minute. I didn't walk around looking for it. I did not know where the light switch was because I wasn't searching for it. I could see the books quite well. It was not pitch black. We didn't have spy glasses. The only thing we did was look at the books with the ambient light. Now let's discuss the aftermath of this visit to the library. Thursday, August the 3rd, 2023 at 10 o'clock. Email from the board president sent to everyone on the board and the superintendent. It was titled, Reminder of Board Book Roles, Board Members' Roles. The following points are from the board president's email. Not mine, these are from her. Again, board president, the person with me was indeed a parent. I was unaccompanied. I encourage everyone to look up policy GKC local, community relations, visitors. Again, these are points from the board president. I violated several policies on page 20. I failed to follow one of the major campus safety rules, which is that any visitor shall be accompanied by a staff member at all times the visitor is on the campus. I don't really know where that might be. I've never been told that. In fact, I want to put this in there. On February the 14th, checked in through the Raptor system as a volunteer. I went in, I was helping in the cafeteria, decorating and giving out candy. And the person that was in charge wanted to go to the back hall. I said, well, don't look at me, I can't go. And there was some assistant principal he saw, knew her. He said, hey, I need to go to the back hall. Karen Lowry's a trustee. And she take me. She looked at him and said, yes, I know who she is. I didn't have my badge on. My tag said cafeteria. That was where I was supposed to be. I took 3 people, escorted them to the back hall with all the kids coming in through the doors. It was assumed by the staff, I cannot be held accountable for what that person might have assumed. Student center focus. These are all just entries on an email that I was given from the board president. Protecting the hearts and minds of the students is being student center focused. Report to the board president by numerous people. Who are these people? How many? I pulled the board member card and the staff could feel bullied. Answering who I am is not pulling the board member card or bullying. I'm simply stating who I am. This one's interesting. Teachers feel violated. I guess the AP, the assistant principal, said something to make them feel that way because my being in the library, which is a taxpayer property, along with everything else in the building, should not make anyone feel violated. If I have any questions, please feel free to contact me. This is not a request for an interview and an investigation. Thursday, August the 3rd, 2023, 10:04. First email, 10 o'clock to everybody, 10:04 to me. The email was titled, "Report of Suspicious Activity in the High School." The following, again, is from the board president's email to me. "It has been reported to me," the board president does not say who did the reporting. "It was reported by some observers." Again, who? As very sneaky behavior. Only one person came into the library, so who are these observers? "I used my cell phone flashlight application. Yes, the assistant principal did not offer to turn on the lights, and I did not leave the library to go in search of someone to turn them on. I said I was going to the library, and that's what I did. My actions were nefarious, and the staff feel." Again, I cannot control what people feel. "The superintendent confirmed there was an incident reported to him." When did he hear that? "The superintendent was at Operation School Supply." Really? But he did not come to the library with a report of suspicious behavior? I have never seen such a violation of ethics. Or maybe the administration putting out a parent's name to social media that kind of qualifies as an ethics violation. I am always available to answer questions or listen to concerns and welcome the opportunity to assist. That is still not an interview request. Board President emailed to me and Superintendent dated Friday, August the 4th, 2023, 6:19 p.m., 32 hours later. Results of investigation of your unauthorized presence in the library. Again, the following is from the Board President's email to me. The statement from GHS Principal and GHS Front Office Clerk. Front Office. She attached the visitor pass to her person, whatever you guys all want to call her, referring to me. The video does not show that, and what difference would it make if I helped her? Parents did not identify herself, but was identified by video. Who made the identification from a video, or was it from the Raptor system? Any investigation done on that? I violated every standard of ethics for a school board member. Well, I can point out a few for you guys too. Using a very busy activity to misrepresent why you were there, that's an assumption by the board president. I was never asked. Students could have been there, but it was still summer vacation, and they never came in the entire time we were in the library. You were completely untruthful. Again, it is your assumption I was being untruthful since you had not asked me anything for me to reply to. The superintendent stated, I have told her under the board's standard operating procedures, trustees can visit campuses, including libraries. However, the expectation is all trustees would follow the board procedure for visitation, which is call the main office, principal's office. They were aware of my visit. I called and I followed policy. A stack of papers in your hand that were not in your hand when you entered the library. Did I steal them? Would you care to explain? Well, on Tuesday, August the 8th at 2023 at 1:31 p.m., the board president sent an email to me and the superintendent titled, Additional Information on the Investigation. This is from her email. I want to make a correction to my email regarding the investigation. It is obvious from a different security camera angle that you did not enter the library with papers in your hand. A good investigator would make sure the information is correct before you make the accusation. Still, no invitation for any interview. I've stated the facts for your information, her letter says. This is the board's president's perspective. Facts? No, she didn't have any facts. She said that there was an open records request. What items? What items of these facts did require an Open Records Act? I've added my personal comments. Well, any good investigator knows their personal comments are irrelevant to the investigation. She has never seen such a blatant breach of ethics in public schools. Not making a policy for the purchase and the use of an airplane and releasing the name of a parent, that's pretty blatant breach of ethics, don't you think? I can find no way to support your behavior. You have never asked to sit and discuss this with me. The only thing these emails show is that you have deemed me guilty from the first sentence that you wrote. And she continues, refute anything revealed so far. How do I refute something I have not received any information on to know what to refute? Still no request to be interviewed by whomever is doing this investigation, or I have been told who this outside source is that the board president refers to. Wednesday, August the 16th, 2023, 9:53 p.m. I respectfully requested I be provided the policies I was being accused of violating and what I had done that warranted investigation. I also asked if I understood her correctly, she was not going to let me have access to the investigative findings until the scheduled meeting and then expect me to offer my defense, which is exactly what happened. There's a yellow packet in front of me here, has the report and the things in it. I knew nothing about what the report was going to be until now, and I still haven't read it. I received the BBE policy, which is shown on the poster board. I follow policy, but our email then says, while you did not violate campus policy, I am accused of violating ethics. I will tell the truth. I have a clean conscience. I have told the truth. I'm not so sure about the investigator. What about the ethics? I will be fair, just, and impartial in all my decisions and actions. Board President, have you been fair, just, and impartial in your investigation of me? What about I will base my decisions on fact rather than supposition, opinion, or public favor? Has this investigation been based on facts or supposition, opinion, or social media posts? I will be continuously guided by what is best for all the students of the district. Spending taxpayer money for this witch hunt, harassing and bullying another trustee is not what is in the best interest of the students for this district. A more important investigation would be to find out who gave out the parent's name to social media within 2 to 3 hours of my being in the library. Was that a PIR request? That was a fast one if it was. Due to the retaliation, harassing culture as evidenced by this 20-day ordeal of harassing me, spending taxpayer dollars instead of focusing on the needs of the children and the start of school, this retaliation culture is a concern for many of the parents and the teachers, as I am often told, thus why they do not come. My guilt was proclaimed from the first report of my being in the library without anyone asking me why I was there. I have never been asked to interview, and I have never received any information from the investigation or by whom this investigation was being conducted. I was told in an email from the board president to the superintendent and me on Wednesday, August the 9th, 2023, at 2:33 p.m., that the superintendent will provide all of the evidence, none of which was provided to me, to the school's attorney, Joey Moore, who will take the evidence and compile the final objective investigative report. This is your tax dollars at work. In conclusion, vengeance is mine and recompense, says the Lord. Board President, Superintendent, Board, and audience, I am not going anywhere. I was elected by the community, and I will fulfill my campaign promises to the best of my ability until my term is over. So, Mr. Superintendent, I will be here another 2 years. In full disclosure, in full disclosure, while she read pieces and parts of my email, the original one, let me back up and tell you that on August the 2nd, I received This was supposed to be my time. You've had all of your time for the last 20 days. I did. All of the words came out of your email.
Point of order. This is discussion.
We are at discussion now. I will read my full email to her
Well, first of all, let me back up and say, on August the 2nd, I got a call from someone in the community that said, I've been told that one of our board members was in the library within darkness.
Name the person.
Would you like to, And so I called, she said, I saw it on social media. That was the first I heard for someone calling me, telling me on the day of the incident, they saw it on social media. So I called Dr. Glenn to verify that. Dr. Glenn said there has been a report or allegation and that we are looking into that. The next day, I got from Dr. Glenn copies of the statements that were made and copies of the videos. The videos of the security cameras from the hallways. And when I got that, this is the full email that went only to Ms. Lowry and a copy of it to Dr. Glenn.
Board President, I think the discussion of the accusations was for me to be presented by me. Are we going to now have a debate about what you said and what I said? Because I've already read most of your email.
No. My email said,
No, you need to be quiet. I'm going to... Audience, as a reminder, this is a meeting of the trustees. Please let the trustees discuss. Don't call out, as suggested earlier. They're going to have a debate.
All of us will discuss this. My email to her said, Karen, it has been reported to me that you and Carolyn Reeves were observed in the high school library yesterday exhibiting what was described by some observers as very, quote, sneaky, unquote, behavior. The reports I got stated that you were in the library without lights on, were behind the librarian's desk, and were taking pictures of library books. One report even stated that you were using your cell phone flashlight application. I was also told that when you checked into the high school office, the staff assumed you were assisting with Operation School Supply Distribution, where some of your fellow board members were volunteering. If these reports are not accurate, please clarify what really happened. While I cannot,
according to that point, my attorney said, don't answer.
While I cannot condone or support the behavior, I would hope that your actions were not as nefarious as some of the staff felt like they were. Nothing good ever comes from an action that appears to lack transparency. If you want to go into the library to take pictures of books, you should not have to hide that in darkness, but should make an appointment, go in and see what titles are on the shelf. I also reported that when you were confronted, you identified yourself as a board member with permission to be there. It is never appropriate to use your position as a board member as an excuse or reason to be in a place where you should have no authority to be. While as board members, we have no actual authority over staff, the fact is our position on the board is perceived otherwise. Such action could be interpreted as bullying. After I got these reports today, I confirmed with Dr. Glenn that there was an incident reported to him. I would remind you that Dr. Glenn and my presence earlier this year made the offer to accompany you or have someone accompany you to any library. Dr. Glenn was present at the Granbury High School yesterday at Operation School Supply Distribution, but you failed to approach him about visiting the library. Perhaps your lack of experience in basic school operations resulted in you making this choice without thinking of the consequences, which are the lack of trust and support from the staff and fellow board members. Such a violation of ethics does not serve us on the board well. When you ran for the board, you often stated you would bring transparency to the board and district. Your actions today certainly do not speak to your individual commitment to your own transparency. We are the governing body, but we should not be appointing ourselves as individual investigators. I have used the incident today as a reminder to me and all board members of just what our roles and responsibilities as board members are. Please read the specific policies and procedures cited in that general memo to all board members, which, by the way, did not call any board member by name. As your board president, I encourage you to work with Dr. Glenn when you have issues. And if you really want to investigate something, I personally commit to working with you and Dr. Glenn or any administrator to see that your concern is addressed. I am always available to answer your questions and listen to your concerns and welcome the opportunity to assist you as you navigate this experience. So please feel free to contact me. I will not read the other one, but I will read one comment that I made in the second response to her. And I sent that because, as I stated the facts specifically for her that were gained from the comments from the letters from the folks that were asked, from viewing the email, and I reviewed direct quotes for her at that time. Then I stated, I have stated the facts for your information because a request for these items has been made under the Open Records Act. As president of this board, I felt that it was only right to let you know exactly what will be available to the public in those open records requests. This was set at 6:19 p.m. right after I found out that those open records were requested. I will go on record here and state for this community and for Ms. Lowry, at no time did Dr. Glenn or I put this stuff out on the public. It was not.
Then how did they get it?
They requested an open records. I don't know what the open records.
Requested an open records for the video from when we were in the library, and within 2 hours, they got all that information and put it on social media?
That all happened on Friday, August the 4th, when I found out about it.
That post was out on social media 2 hours, 3 hours after I was in the library.
I have something that I would like to read that's in reference to this too, from Zeb Olam. This is on social media. Somebody gave this to me. I don't go to his hate group, but someone brought this to my attention, and I'm going to read word for word. This is going to be here before we know it. I've been asked by other board members to ask the public taxpayers of Granbury to email the board to express your concerns on this important matter. Speakers will be held to a mere 3 minutes, but our emails are communicated in full. Please write the board ahead of this meeting so that they can give full consideration to your concerns. My question is this: who on this board asked him to do this? And this is on social media, on that hate group. This goes to what Karen is saying. So what board members did that?
What's the date of that?
Yeah, they didn't give me a date. There's no date on here. But the question is, what board members are asking Zeb Olam to do this and post it on a hate group on social media?
Well, I can guarantee you that I did not.
I did not either. And what's the name of the hate group?
I'm not going to give the name of the hate group. I think most people know, because I'm not going to give it undue attention. It's not a place that I would advise anyone to go to, so why would I name the group?
I have a question about the all-access card. I know we all have a card, but we don't have access across the district. Did you get a different card than the rest of us?
The access is
Just
coming
for
to
that
this
door,
building
right.
For board meetings.
Well, when I was waiting in line at the high school on February the 14th, one of the staff members walked by and said, "Why are you standing there? Use your little card, swipe it and come on in."
And it worked?
I was told, no, because I haven't used it. To be honest with you, I forgot I had it. I don't use it, but I still was given it and told that I had access to the
just
buildings.
that door for
Well,
the.
sometimes the communication doesn't come real significantly to the two of us. We kind of get left out of things.
I don't know what communication you're referring to. I just know that when I got mine, I was told it was just for that door.
Well, I can refer to some of that communication we were left out of, like the teacher's convocation, where all the names of all the trustees was put on there, "Thank you for donating," except for Karen and my name. And I looked at Karen, I said, "Did you get that email?" No.
Nobody
She said,
did.
"Did you get that?"
It was sent out to every trustee.
Yeah,
Every
not to
trustee
us.
got that.
Karen,
And
did you
the fact
get-
that you didn't sign up for it,
did you
it's
get
your
that
problem,
email?
not ours.
I can't sign up for something I didn't get an email for.
It did
No,
come
we
in the
all,
email.
we all got that email.
Karen,
and
did you get that email?
I did not see that email, no.
Thank you.
We all got it. I mean,
That's
it's
good, but
open
you know what?
record.
It's like almost 10 o'clock at night. I think everybody kind of knows what's going to go on here. I don't really think we need a lot more discussion. People like to go home.
Well, I have some questions that are essential to how I would vote tonight that I'd like to ask.
I'll be surprised. Go ahead.
Okay, you said that you didn't turn the lights on because you didn't know where the switch was. I know the perception of you being in the dark made it look quote-unquote sneaky. When the assistant principal came in, about 5 minutes after you were in there, did you ask him to turn the lights on for you?
Should I have to ask an assistant principal to turn the lights on for somebody?
Yeah, if you said you didn't know where the switch was, that's why you didn't turn
No,
the lights on.
I did not, because he never even offered. He just said, "Who are you and what are you doing in here?" And then he left.
He asked if he could assist you.
No, he did not. And what we're doing here is we're taking his word, we're taking the little girl at the front desk word, and we're trying to say this is fact.
So
when
are
it
you
wasn't
saying that
fact.
they're lying?
I'm saying there's a lot of misinformation going on.
So are you saying that the assistant principal and the lady at the front are lying?
No, I'm not going to answer that. But my testimony is a lot more reliable, I think, than somebody who is going to want to, a young lady sitting behind the Raptor system, what do you think she's going to say?
When she said, "Thank you for being here and volunteering," did you correct her in that?
She didn't say that. We
So she
said,
didn't
"Have
say
a
that
good
either.
day." We said,
Okay.
"Have a good day, we're going to the library."
So we have a case of her word against yours and his word against yours is essentially what we have right here. They're saying they said these things and you're saying that they did not. Okay.
Karen, just to clarify, did you know that Operation School Supplies was happening on that day?
I had no idea. Like I said, I was very surprised that the parking lot was so full.
And did you tell the receptionist where you were going?
I told her exactly where I was going when I called to tell her I was coming into the principal's office, and then I told her when I got there where I was going, and that's where I stayed.
I have another question too that hasn't been answered, and I think the audience would like to know. Who is the outside investigator that investigated this?
You have in front of you the investigation report regarding the conduct of trustee Karen Lowry, signed by Joey Moore.
Yes, she signed it. Who did the investigation? Joey didn't do the investigation.
The information.
Who did the investigation, asked the questions, gathered the information?
Joey Moore asked for the information.
No, Joey Moore said I didn't do the investigation. Who talked to the principal? Who talked to the other person? Who wrote all this up and then gave it to Joey Moore?
They were asked to provide statements.
By who?
Who is they?
They who?
Okay, so that's great. I'd like to answer it, but first let me just clarify that the administration doesn't police the school board. You guys have to police yourselves. So I'm happy to provide clarification on all of these questions. So first I want to go back to a statement Ms. Lowry made. I was at Operation First Day of School. I left early because we had an intergovernmental meeting, and which you're aware of because you attended. I did receive a call after I had left from Assistant Superintendent Tammy Clark saying she had been alerted by an assistant principal that you were in the library. Teachers had walked by the library, they had seen people in there with flashlights, and they were concerned.
No, I had a flashlight, and I saw both of them. I saw the assistant principal.
Again, your phone. Flashlight on your phone. Fair? So he was alerted. He went in and asked.
He was alerted by who? Because I saw he and Tammy walk by.
So we had, I guess, staff members that walked by. You know, when I look at the video, we have custodians going by. So regardless, he walked in, and y'all had a conversation, and we won't get into the details. He's provided a statement on that. And I asked Tammy Clark to get the statements. So all of the statements, Tammy Clark requested specifically from the high school principal, from Mr. Guidry, and from the receptionist. And then those were forwarded to Joey Moore.
So to clarify, there was no outside investigation, correct?
I think I just explained what happened.
That's not an outside investigation. Who was the outside investigator?
Actually, someone was asked from the outside to and I guess I asked.
I can explain it again, but I can't understand it for you. Specifically to your point,
That's disrespectful.
specifically to your point, I was asked by Tammy Clark, what do we want to do? Mr. Guidry has just found a board member that has not, no one knew that you were going to be in the library looking at books with a friend.
The main office knew.
Okay, they refute that, and the principal refutes that a call was made to his office.
I know.
So I understand, but I'm just saying, well, we want parents to come into our facilities. We want board members to come into our facilities. We want to provide that access. We just want trustees and the community and the public to follow the procedures when they do that.
I did.
Okay, I guess.
Maybe we need to have a review of the policies and procedures from the code book?
So as we go back to the principal, when the call was made to me, it was, do you want the AP to go in there and escort her out because they are supposed to be in the cafeteria? We're under the assumption they were helping with Operation First Day of School. And my answer to them was no, because again, I don't think any trustee up here or any trustee in any district in Texas wants to be feared by staff. No. And I can assure you that no employee of Granbury ISD wants to have to walk in and tell a trustee, hey, I'm going to have to get you out of here. You're not where you're supposed to be.
We both discussed that when we walked in. We talked to each other and said, if somebody says we need to leave, we will.
But Ms. Lowry, they want to have positive relationships.
I understand that, and so do I.
Ms. Lowry,
we get undermined quite a bit with all of this. When I was at the intergovernmental meeting with you two, and you knew I'd already gotten your phone call. I didn't know it. Okay? Superintendent, why didn't you pull me aside and say, Karen, I need to talk to you?
I had not talked to the campus principal yet. And again, we'll be very transparent with the community that you in this draft have said you want no communication with me or the other trustees except by email.
Did we not go into a room? Did we not go to a meeting with you after a bunch of emails back and forth that nothing got fixed? So we were in a room with you and sat down to discuss our training. We did that. We're just saying we don't want any phone calls.
We request emails because they can be traced. So when someone does a public information request, it's very transparent to the public. They can see everything that we've ever discussed. I've mentioned that more than once.
I got a quick question.
I have a question.
You guys are doing all the talking. I got a quick question.
I wasn't done talking.
Well, you've been talking quite a bit. I have a quick question. And we have some school marshals here. You've been around the library. Are the light switches particularly hard to find in the library? Anybody that knows that answer?
There's a hand back there.
They're right by the front door.
Okay, they're right by the front door. You're in there for an hour and 20 minutes, didn't even think about going to and looking on a wall for a light switch?
The parent that I was with looked. We didn't see it, and there was, like I said, enough ambient light. All we had to do was look. We didn't need the full light on. In fact, there was a person in there when we got there with no light on, but they left when we got there.
It didn't take a mental giant to figure out and walk around the wall and look for a light switch.
Hey, I've not called you any names.
I haven't called you a name either.
Mental giant.
It doesn't take a mental giant to walk around the room and find a light switch. In an hour and 20 minutes, I would have walked around and found a light switch and turned it on and gone in and done whatever I had
It would
to
have been a
do.
waste of my time to walk around for an hour and 20 minutes looking for a light switch.
You're wasting a lot of our time here tonight.
I didn't start this.
Mr. Wimberly, she didn't call this meeting, and I have another, why was there no board approval for this meeting? She didn't call this meeting. She's not wasting anyone's time.
Actually, she asked for this agenda to be put on Monday.
I didn't ask for an investigation, nor did I ask for a meeting. A simple sit-down discussion with the three of us would have been just fine with me.
You didn't say that.
You're the board president, you should have offered it.
She reached out to you by email several times, asking.
She never asked for an
She asked for your side of the story several
you don't
times, and you
understand.
refused to give it. I saw the emails. I've seen the
I've read them. I can't tell you how many.
No response. No response.
Because the lawyer said don't.
Okay.
Then how are y'all supposed to have communication?
Well, gee, I don't know, maybe that instead of this long email to everybody, she might have just called and said, Karen, let's go sit down and talk about this.
When you requested to be, yep, email communication only.
At this time, we're getting nowhere. Obviously, we heard Mrs. Lowry's comments without interrupting her. At this point, if any other board member has a comment, they're welcome to make it at this point, and then we'll move to whether or not we want to move to censure or not.
I have a question and then I have a comment. My first question is, if her behavior was so nefarious, why was law enforcement not called?
Yeah, I don't think it, in my opinion, I don't think it constituted a criminal act. And as far as the actions of administration, we serve at the discretion of the board. We did what we were asked to do in the process.
And we as a board police each other and ourselves. And as board president of this board, it was my responsibility to look at what was happening and notify Ms. At the minute that I found out that it in fact was something, I didn't call because I can't. I don't have her number. I emailed Ms. Lowry with the facts that had been, or the information that had been reported to me. The minute that I got the other information and evaluated it, I sat on it until I found out that an open records request had been made and that it was going to hit the public. And I did, as I said in my email to her, I thought it was unfair to her for everybody else in the community to have it and her not know what facts were being offered. And I reached out to her again by email to do that. So it is not my responsibility to get anybody in law enforcement involved. It is my responsibility to work with the board to try to work through these things. And 3 times I reached out to her asking her if she had a statement. And she was going to present a statement and responded in one of them that she would. However, I saw the statement the first time, just like I saw the accusations the first time, or the fact that she'd been in the library the first time on social media.
I have one more thing. I had the pleasure of meeting our new high school principal on the first day of school, and I had a conversation with him, and this is the word-to-word conversation. This is me talking. I said, so when I come on campus, when any of us come on campus, do I need to check in with you? And he said, I would just like to know that you're on campus or not. That's really it. It is not a directive. Feel free to come in and do your duties. So I said, do I always have to stop in to see you? He said, no. If you want to, that's fine. I said, I want to ask you one more question about the library. Is the library a place we can just go and check out? He said, yeah. I said, so the right way is to just check in with the office? We don't necessarily have to check in with you? He said, correct. I just want to know if you are on campus or not.
And we have an issue here because we have employees that have made statements that we're being told that are not true. I mean, how do we know what's true and not at this point? If you're saying that you said this, they've said that, I mean, bottom line is we've got board, and Dr. Harrington, could you do me a favor and explain the difference between the district policy and what our board operating procedures, how they apply to us as a board?
Our board operating procedures give a little more detail to help keep us, in my words, out of the ditches, so that we have more guidance. We may be more restrictive, but we can never be less restrictive than the law. So as board operating procedures that we adopt as board members, we can set up special regulations.
And we're expected to follow those, correct?
Yes.
I have them right here from page 20. There's 6 bullet points. On the first bullet point, talks about encourage to attend as many schools and events as possible. The second one talks about a visit to the campus after checking with the principal regarding the best time to visit so long as it does not disrupt the learning process. The third one says, trustees shall check in with the principal's office upon arrival and follow all campus guidelines for visitors. Trustees are strongly encouraged to display their badge, identifying them as trustees at all times. That is what I did.
And campus guidelines doesn't give us unfettered access to the entire campus.
This is the board operating procedure. This is exactly what you were just talking about.
We have to follow the campus guidelines for all visitors.
I did, Courtney. I called, and then I went, and then I did everything that says on this piece of paper.
Okay.
Well,
yeah, it's not going to go.
Anybody else have a comment or?
I have one comment that is more for the public. We've heard a lot of times about, worrying about the fact there were computers in there and there might have been some information looked at. Mr. Wilson, didn't you do a check to make sure that there was no breach during that period of time?
Yeah, we did an audit log on the computers in the area to make sure there was no authorized or unauthorized access to any of those devices.
And was there any?
There was none.
Thank you.
Dr. Glenn, when you talked to our new principal, who, by the way, visited him the first week he was on campus up there, welcome to the district. When you talked to the new principal, what was his comment about having Ms. Lowry reach out to him?
On August 2nd, he was unaware that Ms. Lowry was going to be on campus. No one made contact with him.
on August 2nd, I was unaware he was in from Bernie or on the campus either.
So how did you check in with the principal then?
Courtney, we're finished with this. We were getting us nowhere. I didn't have to check in with the principal. It said go to, if you read what it says in the board operating procedures, it says go to the principal's office. It doesn't say I have to go check in with him.
But my biggest concern was they said thank you for being there, for volunteering, but you're saying that that's not correct information, so it's really hard to know.
Well, since there was no audio, because I asked for the audio in the video, no, that's not what she said, and I told her, we're going to the library.
So once again, we're just at a standstill, your word against theirs.
Any other comments? I guess my issue with this whole incident is not that you ran on an agenda to remove the books from the library or your pursuit of removing books the last 8 months. Every member of this board is committed to keeping libraries safe, and every one of us from this podium have expressed the opinion that we are against porn and that we do not support that kind of material in our library. My issue is much more fundamental. We are a nation founded on laws, and our forefathers set out some basic laws for us to follow in order to be a safe and secure society. 6 times in our Constitution, reference is made to rules. As board members, we are governed by board policy and board operating procedures. For more than a decade, access to public schools has been limited even to trustees because of security concerns. Granbury ISD board operating procedures require a school board member to call the principal and confirm a visit. And Dr. Glenn and I both confirmed that with Mrs. Lowry 2 weeks before in the meeting of July the 19th. Unauthorized visits are not permitted because of safety concerns. I have visited every campus in Granbury ISD numerous times and have always been accompanied by a staff member because even staff members are not allowed to stroll around through the campuses or go in unauthorized areas. Over the past 3 weeks, we have received about 60 emails by this time. When I wrote my comments, that was much fewer than that. 10 of those supported Mrs. Lowry. The others have been an outcry from this community. And the others have been an outcry from this community with regard to this incident, and most of them she got, and they asked her for her resignation. Some of them we got, and they asked us to ask her for her resignation. This board was not prepared tonight to ask her for resignation because those are not our, even within the purview of our responsibilities. We are here tonight. We have, for me, and what this board has to do is look at the facts that were presented from statements from the staff from this community, to look at the facts of the videos, the security videos that tracked where she went. I would ask all of the board members to look at the summation of the attorneys where she thought were breaches of our rules and laws. I would say to you that you have heard the evidence from, as analyzed or presented by the attorney. Those were statements presented to her that were collected from the staff. You have heard Mrs. Lowry's comments and what we have to do now. You've heard from fellow board members, you've heard all of this. Each of you has to determine whose statements are true, whose are not, and you have to make your decision solely upon facts and not personal opinion or personal likes or dislikes, or who is your friend and who is not your friend. If there is no motion to censure, then we will take no action. I will tell you this, that this board is not in a win-win situation, because half of this room is going to go out of here angry tonight. And I would ask whoever that half is angry to leave it in the same silence that I will ask the others not to go out in a joyful mode that shows that you won, because nobody's going to win in this. But half of you are going to go out very angry. So I would ask the board to evaluate that, to go back and take a minute and look at the things on Ms. Moore's presentation from tonight. And if, in fact, there is no motion to censure, there will be no censure from this board. However, if after you've looked at that, you feel like the censure is served, you understand that censure is only a public reprimand. It has no real authority. We do not have the authority to ask for her resignation. We do not have the authority to do anything else. So I would ask you to examine those things as objectively as you can. this time, is there any further discussion, or is there a motion?
I'd just like to say something. There were 50 speakers here tonight, by my count. I appreciate all of you speaking from your heart. I think it's important that we do that. I was kind of keeping a tabulation of who was for and who was against, and it's about split in half. It's about split in half. And like Dr. Harrington said, there's not going to be any winners in this. The public here has been deceived in a way, I think, by groups in the county. I think there's 2 members of this board that are members of these groups, and I think they're destructive to the process of fair play and good politics in the county. I think we're hurt by that. So, like I said, I don't think there's going to be any winners in this. The censure does nothing, just like has been said, but it's, I think that there's groups in this county that have influence over 2 of our trustees. We have a hard split. We've had it the whole time I've been here, and there's very little effective communication because of the way some of our board members want to be addressed or not addressed by other members of the board, and that just creates a gap. So I have nothing further to say, but I appreciate everybody's coming out here tonight, spending this time, and we'll see where it goes from here.
I agree. I think communication is key, and I think there is definitely an issue surrounding communication, and a lot of this could have been resolved with a phone call, if that was possible. It's hard to convey tone and sentiment in an email, in the written word, and things can be taken completely different than how you mean for them to come across. Whereas when you can pick up the phone and call someone, they can hear the sincerity in your voice and know how much you care and how much you really want to reach resolution. It's unfortunate that it has come to this. Based on the report that we've got and the statements from the employees, it's clear to me that the people at the front office thought that Ms. Lowry and her companion were there for Operation School Supplies, as indicated by the Raptor badge. The location on there was for cafeteria. If there was no attempt made to correct that assumption, then that is what's led us here, and it should have been corrected in the office at that time, so that they knew where they were intending to go. I will also say that one of the roles as a trustee is to set policies for the district and create board operating procedures, both of which help to maintain the integrity of our school district and our role as board members. Our status as elected officials does not give us unfettered access to school campuses, nor does it give us authority to run over the district however we please. We as board members must be willing to follow our own policies so as not to create an environment of distrust within the district and community. It is clear that the actions Ms. Lowry took, as evidenced by the community and the outcry that we've heard tonight, has broken some of that trust with our staff, parents, and community members.
I also agree that the way that this whole situation was handled did create a loss of trust among the community and among the staff. And trust is something that's easily lost, and it's difficult to earn, especially after that trust. And an acknowledgement of that loss needs to be the first step
a lot of that was just because of a lack of communication. The idea that you would have been given counsel not to answer, just, I can't imagine what possible good was supposed to come from that, and I'm sorry that you did receive that type of counsel. The reason that I was given that type of counsel was because I was told that this was going to the school lawyer, so I thought that it was time for me to be sure that I counseled up too, because this person was not going to be representing me.
What is the pleasure of this board?
We don't win no matter what we do. We don't win. The only people that pay the price for this, no matter what happens tonight, are the kids of this district.
Absolutely.
Do you think that there's something that could have been done, Mrs. Lowry, I'm asking you. Do you think that there's something that could have been done differently?
When I went to AMS, I called the principal, I made an appointment, I went and I was escorted around. I have not seen in our policies where it says that we have to be escorted when we're in the building. I was asked to escort someone, 3 people in fact, to a back hall. Can we all sit down and go over these policies and maybe make them a little clearer? Yeah, I'm sure we could, because that second or third bullet point clearly says, just check in with the principal's office. It may be a polite thing to do to let the principal know you were there. I didn't even know the principal was there. It was summer. There weren't any children. There were not any teachers.
I think that's a good idea. I think we should get together and do that and go over the policy and see what works for this board. There's clearly a miscommunication or misunderstanding of what the policy says and what you, because you think you followed it, and then what we have brings that into question. So I think going over that policy as a board, working on that together is a good step, a good first step.
I can agree with that.
Ms. Lowry, would you have preferred me not to notify you what was going on and the accusations that were made? And would you have preferred me, not to let you know that that was going viral and that you read it on social media?
I think we're kind of past that point. I think an email saying, Karen, let's meet up here at the principal's or the principal's office or the superintendent's office, and let's talk about, we've had some reports of something, and none of that was happened. It all went out by email, and then all of a sudden, everybody had all kinds of information about the meeting that Melanie and I had with you two that then produced a FOIA request or a PIR within 24, 36 hours. How did that information get out, and who told him to know what to ask for? That is disturbing to me.
So you and Mrs. Graft and an attorney, and I'm not big on school law, but I think, I mean, y'all call a meeting, y'all bring an attorney in without telling Dr. Harrington, myself, secretly record the meeting, which, again, I'm not a lawyer, but I would wonder, like, if the Bar Association would have a licensing issue with secretly recording a meeting, an attorney doing that. I did not have a recording of it. Dr. H did not have a recording of it.
So
you didn't have a
how did the
recording?
information get out?
I don't know.
I don't know.
I don't know.
I can guarantee you, we didn't give anybody any information, not the 3 of us.
You were just gonna, you were just gonna keep it secret, which I guess is fine, but
We get FOIAs for stuff all the time. A lot of times they just are blanket FOIAs, just trying to grab information, and they get what they get or they don't. I mean, I've got a request for some voicemails or something, like, I don't even know this person. So I don't know.
Bottom line, Ms. Lowry, I heard it first because someone saw it on social media long before there were any requests for information. I heard it first that way. So the initial actions that you took obviously generated some interest in it from the folks that knew you were there, whoever that was. That had nothing to do with anybody on this board or nothing to do with anybody else. It hit the fact that you were there in the library, hit social media before I, the board president, even was aware that those accusations were there. Isn't it conceivable to you that those same people might have a vested interest in this district and would be curious about it and ask for the information?
Well, no, I'm talking about the private meeting we had with the two of you in your conference room. But as far as that goes, who is it? Have we done an investigation on who released the parent's name? Because that is a clear violation of GKC. You're not supposed to do that. Our Raptor system, or from looking and asking, trying to figure out who it is, however it happened, that needs to be a true investigation because that is a breach of ethics. That has caused a lot of problems.
I don't think that's been nearly as problematic for this district or this community as some other issues have been. And I will say this, that without a doubt, however you perceived my contact with you, I think it was misperceived. I think that you did not, in either case, accept the message that I sent to you, and that this tonight has become more of a vendetta against me as board president than you. And I'm okay with that because my responsibility is to try to keep this board on task and serving the kids in this district. And I am also okay with some of the things that have been said that we know are not true. I hope you are okay with things that have been said about you that are not true. But this, in fact, has almost become a Karen Lowry against Barbara Harrington and Dr. Glenn evening. And it's a sad thing when we as board members have to bring those of you that have other activities to do, like a presidential debate, bring you to hear this kind of malicious stuff that's going on.
What we're essentially being asked to do tonight is to either believe the teachers, the administrators, and their statements, or believe what Mrs. Lowry is telling us. That's really what this boils down to.
Yes.
I'm going to stand with our teachers and our staff, and I'm going to move that we censure Karen Lowry.
I second the motion.
I have a motion and a second to censure Karen Lowry. Is there further discussion? All in favor of the motion to censor Karen Lowry, raise your hand. All opposed, same sign. Let the record show on a vote of 5-0, this motion is carried with 5-2, with Karen Lowry and Ms. Graff objecting or voting no. I would ask all of you to go home in a pleasant way, to not have any kind of interaction between either group, because that is inappropriate in a school setting. Thank you all for your time tonight, and may God bless each and every one of you.
Better hurry. Wade Clark.